Hey everyone, welcome to the stream. Sorry for being a few minutes late, but I'm joined by Big Amish today again. So um, we're going to be talking about something a bit unsettling. Um, you know, DNA is something that people have come to trust, and we've come to trust the people who analyze it. When you think about it, forensic scientists have an incredible amount of power within the justice system, and people have been taught to think of DNA as a gold standard, kind of the one piece of evidence that will either convict someone or will send them to prison. On the other hand, it could completely clear their name. But before we go into the details of this case, we need to talk about what happens when the whole process becomes very messy. Because somebody who is responsible for analyzing the evidence could start cutting corners or manipulating the data. And that raises a very important question. Because if that can happen in one case, then how accurate can we really be about any results? So we have to ask, how vulnerable is the system that one person's actions can have such an enormous consequence? Anyway, before we go on, welcome Big Amish. It's always nice to have you on the channel.
Yes, thank you, Wendy. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everyone else.
Hi, everyone. Just leave your comments, and we're going to go ahead. So we're talking about Missy Woods, right?
Yes, we're talking about, yes, Missy Woods, who, spent nearly 30 years for the Colorado Bureau of Investigations, which is the state equivalent of the FBI. That's use a
Pretty much.
similar kind of acronym, and they also rely and do work for the FBI as well, vice versa. But yeah, Miss Woods has been involved for a long, long time as a DNA analyst.
Yeah,
Um,
for sure. Let's play this video of her quickly,
yes.
and then we can go on. Let's see if we can.
Investigation forensic scientist. Yvonne Missy Woods, the woman facing criminal charges for allegedly altering data in more than 1,000 investigations, will soon be at the center of a civil case as well. Attorneys announced today they'll be representing the family of a man who they claim was wrongfully convicted of murder. Investigative reporter Natalie Chuck with Scripps News Group in Denver spoke with one attorney about how this could be the first of many lawsuits holding CBI accountable.
CBI has officially been notified that they could be facing a civil lawsuit. That's according to the attorney who tells me he believes this pending lawsuit could open up the floodgates for anyone who thinks they were impacted by the mishandling of DNA evidence.
This is the largest forensic scandal in American history.
That's civil rights attorney Kevin Mayer, and he's not shying away from how catastrophic he thinks the allegations are against Yvonne Missy Woods. The former Colorado Bureau of Investigation forensic scientist is accused of manipulating key DNA data in criminal cases. She not only lost her job and faces more than 100 felony charges, but now for the first time, we are hearing a civil lawsuit is coming.
A lawsuit can't bring our client back, right? But his family members, who are our client at this point, they want accountability.
Alan Phillips was convicted in 2022 after two women were murdered 40 years prior. He later died by suicide in prison in 2023. But Alan's family and their attorneys claim he was wrongfully convicted after what Mayer called 11th hour evidence came in. DNA analysis done by Missy Woods.
And it wasn't until Missy Woods became involved that she was able to pull any DNA.
CBI declined to comment because of the potential litigation and Woods' ongoing criminal case. Is there grounds or an argument to make here that any case that Missy Woods touched could be eligible for a civil lawsuit?
I think it's broader than that. I think it's any case that DNA was analyzed by CBI.
And when it comes to those felony charges she is facing, Woods is due back in court in Jefferson County come August. Natalie Chuck, Scripps News Group.
I tried a
Well, there you have it.
Yeah. So alarming.
That is the interesting question. Is every case that she has worked on compromised at this point?
Well, I think the answer is probably no, right? Most likely no, because it's not. So you have someone who manipulated evidence, or DNA specifically, but not on all of them. And so that's why it doesn't affect all of them. And there could have been an independent source of the conviction other than the DNA. So if it depends how they're going to look at it, but certainly it's going to open up close to 1,000. She worked over, I forgot how many cases. I think it's been like 10,000 cases that she's worked on. So, but probably about 1,000. I believe that's part of the report was, and other reports indicating that it could be affected.
What you're saying then is, okay, so every case she's worked on, she wouldn't have manipulated the data on every case, correct? And
so
it doesn't mean that the person whose case she worked on is necessarily innocent.
That's correct.
Just the method in which she obtained the information.
That's correct. Now, yeah, so the DNA could have been something that they were unsure of. So she's done several things to the DNA, and it depends on the case, right? We're not getting all the facts, but she's altered some. She's rather than on some of the DNA samples, rather than running them again, she just chose not to do that. So that's an omission of following policies to make sure you're using the DNA to either properly identify someone or exclude someone, or avoid someone who's been, at least you have a DNA sample of. So it gets very, very broad of what, and you have to ask yourself why she was doing it, because this isn't just, it's not just negligence, making a mistake. She was intentionally choosing to do one of several things at different times over so many years. So it begs the question, why? It's right. It's one thing to cut corners, and I'm sure she has cut corners. She's, I think, admitted to that. Yeah. But the concern is, why would she cut corners? Who influenced her? Because it raises question in other cases as well. But why would someone, and it does have an analogy to a current case that we have covered in the past, but think about when she started working nearly 30 years ago. So what, 1994, I think it was, 94, 95. DNA was being pushed as this miracle tool to expose cold cases, to help get the right person, that it's unfailable, right? And that wasn't the case. And you could see how, and it was being pushed. Again, if we know IgG is being pushed, or Othram Labs, they're pushing IgG for a reason, because if that becomes the standard, it's a $1 billion industry. Just like in the beginning, the DNA, the analysts were pushing DNA to be the basically key to solving cases and being the broad spectrum of an investigative tool. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm having a bad morning. Oh.
No. It's good, all good. Don't they say that it's heavily pushed by law enforcement and the community because it bypasses limitations of standard police DNA databases to solve cases that weren't previously solved?
Yeah, as long as they had DNA.
IgG is different than the DNA because it allows people to find distant relatives of supposedly an unknown suspect.
Yes, but it also gives you the IgG puts, it's kind of, we see it on social media, or if you have social media, how your family gets kind of put into your circle. You know, it's IgG, yes. It's still a tool that they're using that expands what everyone thinks would be reasonable. For example, if you have IgG and or the DNA as well, the combination of both is very concerning, is because you have future generations of your children and your children's children will be in the database basically,
Yeah.
and your past relatives as well. So they could create a family tree or health history or whatever it is. I'm not saying they're doing that, but it's there to do it. And certainly to do a family trees there at the very least. So it's a question of how much do you trust your government? That's where we are. And the IgG aspect, as we saw with Gabby Vargas, who, for all intents and purposes, is a whistleblower, was telling us in the Idaho 4 case when she was on the stand with Ann Taylor that
Mhm.
the policies and protocols were bypassed by.
Yeah, we're going
Yeah,
to play her video as well
mhm,
because, yeah, they did bypass a lot of that. You're correct.
yeah. So, and what do you think about that, Wendy? I mean, in South Africa, do they have these tools, at least the IgG element, and or are search warrants required as well? I'm not sure how it's done in South Africa. Maybe you could shed some light on that.
So it's a little bit different here, as far as I know, because we don't use IgG in the criminal justice system. So it's more used over there in United States. Let me say United States because here in South Africa they don't use it. What happens is that there are a lot of hurdles that prevent South Africa from using this technology because IgG relies completely on crowdsourced commercial DNA databases. Like they'll use GED match and family tree DNA. And so these databases are comprised of profiles from countries like North America and Western Europe. So there's a lack of genetic representation from South African populations in consumer databases. And so, because of this, if you have to upload a suspect's DNA in South Africa, you'd probably
Right.
get 0 hits, or you wouldn't get a cousin matching or any kind of family tree. It would basically be impossible. Also, our science laboratory, the SAPS science laboratory, has, well, if you know South Africa, I mean, they face severe backlogs. So what will happen is they'll leave families waiting for months or years. And this is just to get standard DNA identification. So yeah, we're a little bit behind with that. Luckily, I don't know if I want to say luckily. Should I say that? But
That's fine.
even something like familial searching, this is something that is not used in this country at all. Like in America, you'll use familial DNA, but no, not in this country. They don't use it because, I mean, they do have, as far as I know, they have the legal framework to do it, but they've never actually implemented this operational policy. So it's just impossible. Now, I do know they have spoken about using it in the future, but I don't see it being something that they would use here.
Interesting, because
Yeah.
the now, do you have the dual sovereign issue? Is that something? So, just so everyone understands, when I bring up a dual sovereign, there's the federal part and then the local or the state side in the United States. You have two sovereigns who are able to prosecute a case. Do you have that there? Where is there a county type or a state within South Africa that's broken up and they each have their
No,
jurisdiction?
we don't. No, we don't. They don't have dual sovereignty like you do over there.
Yeah.
We operate under a completely different legal and political structure. So in America, you have, well, America is a federation of,
Yes, it is yeah.
yeah, and South Africa is the unitary state. So power is centralized under one single supreme law, which means I think it's the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996. So even though we have, let's say we have 9 provinces, the 9 provinces don't have their own independent judicial sovereignty. I mean, there aren't separate provincial crimes or provincial courts that operates in the way it does over there.
I see. Okay.
So this means, if I can say it like this, I'm not an attorney, so anybody can correct me. Sorry about that. Witchy was, how are you? Sorry, I only saw you there now. And hi, Jeff. So in South Africa, just anybody correct me because I'm not an attorney. I'm just saying pretty much what I know. All criminal law is basically a national law. So if you have something like murder, theft, fraud, assault, they all get prosecuted under the exact same national statutes.
Okay.
Across the entire
same type
country.
of courts.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter. Let's say you have Gauteng, Western Cape, KZN. It will be prosecuted by a single authority, and that is the National Prosecuting Authority.
Okay.
So it's a little different than what it is there.
You know that makes perfect sense. But just to contrast a little bit with the United States system, we have the federal court system and federal prosecutors. So you could see distinctly there are two sovereigns. You have the ability to have federal cases. That's why you have federal grand juries.
Mm-hmm.
And you also, on the opposite side, you have state grand juries and state charges. Two separate sovereigns. But the reason the feds get in trouble in the United States is because of what we talked about in past are these parallel proceedings or parallel construction, in where
Yes.
and the key issue and which is, and you'll understand it why it's so important. I'll frame it this way. If in the United States there's a state case, we talked about the Idaho 4 just for example, it could be anyone for that matter, even in the Charlie Kirk case, because it's very relevant. If the federal fingerprints have identified the defendant and the state prosecution before the state has probable cause, the case is over, because at that point you understand that it is the federal government that is prosecuting the case, and they're using the state court system and the state prosecution to hide their fingerprint and pursue that at the state level. That's why the case gets, it's over. It's a due process violation, and they look at the state being agents for the feds. So that is why the case would explode. That's why it's so important to understand
Mhm.
the mirroring of parallel construction, and it's a timing issue, right? So
Okay, so I want to just quickly interrupt you. Sorry, I hate
yeah,
doing this. So in this country, for example, it is very important because we do have one exception, and that is when there's an international, transnational crime. So that is the only scenario where we kind of mirror the United States dual sovereignty concept. So if you commit a crime that spans multiple countries, like trafficking, money laundering, then it's pretty much the same. So this exception ties directly with parallel proceedings. But so
good way of putting it.
over there, it runs parallel criminal trials across states, but South Africa's parallel proceedings, well, they usually involve a domestic criminal trial that's running alongside a foreign trial. Or it could be a domestic criminal case running alongside a domestic forfeiture case.
Yeah, no, you could
So,
see it.
so if you have any crime that crosses international borders, so again, something like money laundering and
Makes perfect sense. It's
you have
exactly
South
how it would.
Africa,
Yeah.
South Africa, and you have, say, a foreign country. Well, they may choose to initiate a parallel criminal investigation and trial. And yeah, so it's similar, but it's not exactly the same as what it is over there.
Right, but I could just draw the analogy. So if you have like yes, an international, let's say there was a crime under the EU laws, let's say, and I don't know if that's the international, whatever international organization is able to seek assistance from South Africa, right? For example, let's say the defendant happens to live in South Africa, but
Yeah.
so and they are feeding the information. It's the same type of analogy, I would assume, but maybe there's an exception, is when the international organization prosecuting or giving the information to the locals, if the South African government does not have probable cause prior, and the international prosecuting body does, it does raise some questions, but there may be exceptions for it, right? They may have a cooperating agreement that doesn't really affect those rights, but ultimately it's how they put their finger on the scale. For example, if South Africa does not have probable cause yet, and the international prosecuting body is saying this is the person, and they're getting tips, they're getting things from the international prosecuting body, it does raise that question. It's just the question: is it constitutional under South Africa's laws? And that's where it goes. But you could see there's parallels to it. It's just a question of a constitutional authority.
That's true. So in this country, there's a little bit of a snag with that. The rule is still you have the right to remain silent, so you don't get yourself locked up. I think it just is a little bit different in a civil case. You have to speak up. If there's money involved, money laundering, but basically it means police cannot arrest you or search your house based on some kind of gut feeling. They have to have solid, visible facts, like they would have to have a fingerprint, a video, or even an eyewitness. Without those things, they're not going to lock you up.
Okay. Yes. It goes to probable cause. Yeah. Perfect. That's how the system's supposed to work. But
Well, that's what they say. That's what they say. But I don't know if that's actually what happens.
We all love to believe that things are followed to the T, but this is a great show in which we know that the individuals handling evidence are critical to your rights. And if you don't have access to cross-examine the very people who are at that control switch, DNA analysts, right? The people who gather physical evidence, same thing. If you do not have the right or have the ability to go in and look at their background, their qualifications, how they administered, past cases and current cases, or the evidence itself, as we'll get into more about it, you can manipulate how that case is going to go. We know that for a fact. So there's a lot of trust in the system. The problem is that we know that within the system, there are individuals who violate the law and the rights of those individuals being prosecuted. So.
Oh, I think that happens here as well.
Oh, and a question for you, and again, this is not legal advice. This is just our opinions and commentary about laws. In South Africa, you said that there is a duty. You have to respond in a civil case, because in the United States, you don't have to answer. However, you could take the fifth, even. You don't have to answer. Or you could take the Fifth Amendment, invoke the Fifth Amendment privilege in a civil context. However, at that point in time, the judge can instruct the jury to take a negative inference from that denial or not answering. So invoking the fifth, you get a negative inference, which could be problematic because it would have that effect. But they're not forced to divulge information. There's just a negative inference imputed upon that person's testimony.
Yeah, that's true. But just on that, I mean, look, they don't keep to the law here as well. So, for example, we have SAPS here that exploits loopholes. For example, you have an officer that might pull somebody off simply because they have a hunch about that person. But in order to make this legal in court, they will say something like, well, the driver swerved across the line or they acted suspiciously. So they create some kind of legal justification after the fact. This is when it goes to court. And yeah, so they do things like that. For example, also you'll have the law saying that, well, police can't search your property without a warrant unless you voluntarily agree to it. But the truth of it is that you do have it happening here where officers will come to somebody and they'll use some kind of psychological pressure, like they'll say, well, if you don't have anything to hide, then you're not going to mind me looking in the boot of your car. So this is how they bypass the requirement for a search warrant. But here people are a little bit different because nobody lets anybody search anything in this country. But that ties back to the case where you remember that traffic stop with Koberger. Sorry, we're going off topic here. But he voluntarily gave his phone number. And I always found that traffic stop pretty interesting. So, I mean, he didn't have to give his phone number.
No. But it goes to, in my opinion, it's that parallel proceeding. That traffic stop would not have happened but for they were directed to do that traffic stop. It creates an independent, right, use of the state sovereign now. It's to create their own PC. He goes on the radar, use a innocuous traffic stop. You pull over Brian Koberger. Okay, oh, it was a traffic stop. They stopped him. They just got some information. But now
Mhm.
he's on the radar of the state system.
Ye-
He's no longer on the federal. So that's why they have to create that digital footprint on the state side so they can mask and hide and conceal the federal footprint that already has determined it's Brian Koberger, in my opinion.
Yeah, is that what you believe happened
Yes,
with that
100.
stop?
That's initially, yes. That's one of them, yes. Or, well, definitely yes, I do believe that happened because that just doesn't happen out of the blue. Is it a coincidence? Because there were two stops, if you remember.
Yes,
Yeah, two stops.
actually more. Are
I'm
you
sorry.
talking about the two stops on the way back from Idaho to Pennsylvania?
No, but that's even another one. So that's how. So the two stops being one was in Pullman, right? And then one was in Moscow. Correct.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure there were two stops that occurred. One was I forgot what the exact but there were basically two traffic violations. Now he by doing that, it certainly puts you on it's the mirroring effect. So now they're creating, a reference point of when the state of Idaho had interaction with Brian Koberger, right? So there's he becomes a reference point in their database, separate and apart from the feds.
So let
Right.
me ask you this, just to go back to the traffic stops. I just looked at my notes here quickly, on the 21st of August. This was about 3 months. They pulled Brian over for driving 42 miles an hour in a 35 miles an hour zone. This happened between Moscow, Idaho, and Pullman, Washington. Then they say he was let off with a warning for speeding, but was issued a $10 citation for not wearing a seatbelt. Okay, so that was the first stop.
Okay.
Then the second stop was October the 14th, 1 month before the murders. They say that a Washington State University campus police officer pulled him over for running a red light after getting stuck at an intersection.
That's
So
right.
there was body cam footage of that.
Right.
And
Yeah, you have to
so
ask yourself why, especially given the spatial relationship to what eventually happens in Moscow with the unalivings. You have two independent stops of someone who eventually is charged with and is convicted through a plea of 4 unalivings. Then you have others involved as well. You have the home being videotaped, Kaylee's ID being videotaped. So the questions arise why. I'm suggesting, it's my opinion, that there is a federal footprint already in the works. Either they were somehow involved as federal assets, which I will explore in future videos we could do. That's my opinion, that both of them were involved as federal assets of some type. And why you have to have that state component of touching them. I use that phrase touching because it creates the independence between the feds' footprint, whatever they know, and what the state knows. So they start developing footprints of their own reasonable basis to be investigating them or putting their data points in the databases, right? So you have these innocuous kind of situations occurring. That's that's just my opinion looking at it. Obviously, could be wrong, but you could see the same footprint, the same scenario being played out even in Charlie Kirk, and we have the DNA analyst as well. But the same setup. You have joint task force officers in the Charlie Kirk case, very similarly, who are involved or involved in different ways, and
Oh, wow,
others.
really?
Yeah, the first individual, and I have to go back and look at it, but the individual's name, he had an accent, and I forget what he was from, but I believe he mentioned, or one of them mentioned, that they were UVU police, but they also had a background in they worked for the feds at some point. Whether so whenever you see a crossover, having been a federal agent at one point and or continue to be, or and being involved in a local law enforcement situation, many times, not all times, but many times, those individuals are used in joint task force operations.
What did they do with that? Did they, do you want to go into that a little bit?
Well, they didn't get into it too much because that was a preliminary hearing. So this was about challenging probable cause, but there's a lot there. I mean, I would love to do a show with you and going over the testimony of certain individuals and how I believe how it relates to what was really going on in the background. I know from their questioning that this is one element that they're going to be bringing up eventually, right? Because
Oh, wow. Okay. Anybody, if you want us to cover this case, I think it would be wonderful to have Big Amish cover it, because I started watching a little bit of the legal proceedings there, and yeah, it just, wow. I can't sit for 5 minutes without having somebody calm to explain what are they really doing. So if you want to do that, if anybody is interested in us going over any of that footage, then we could do that next week. We could jump on whenever Big Amish is free and cover some of that if you'd like. If you're up for it, Big Amish.
yeah, no, I'm up for it. Even something that I missed because I wasn't able to watch a lot of the testimony, but I saw a snippet of Mr. Bagley, who was his sole, what was his sole duty, was to kind of protect the flags that were flying or something. But this gentleman, I forget his first name, but it's Bagley is the last name. So he went up, just so you know, he's the one who gave information that the rooftop on the Losi Center, is that, I forget how it's pronounced, the center where the alleged shooter Tyler Robinson was on, and it has gravel on top. So what I saw was his testimony was, oh, he saw disturbed gravel, to give him an idea that someone was placed there, the shooter, right? That's his testimony. But the photograph shows no disturbance at all. And the other thing is, the same individual, you won't believe this. This is what caught me by total surprise. I'm laughing because it is crazy to think of what's happening. He testified when he goes down the steps towards the area where Charlie Kirk was. Not exactly, but he goes down the steps. I forgot how far it was. Guess what he finds? He finds a holster of what he believes a handgun, but he does nothing with it. He doesn't know what happened to it, but there was a holster very similar to what? A holster is something you put your firearm in. Very similar to a sheath, because that's what I couldn't help. I mean, it just rings of the similarities to some degree of what happened with Mr. Koberger, or that crime scene. Not even but just the crime scene. But what happened to that? And in his testimony, again, this was just a snippet. This would be a great starting point. He says he knew it was a rifle round. That's why he didn't care about the sheath. I mean, sorry, he didn't care about the holster because it was a handgun. Now, how in the world would you know it's a rifle or not? Especially in a kind of a auditorium setting where sounds vibrate and echo differently. It's just absurd to think that was the case. And if it is, this guy needs to be tested for many things. But I don't know if you knew that. I didn't know that. I looked at it last night and I thought it was just.
I didn't. I heard Nancy Grace banging her hand because, you know, she always gets very animated on her videos. I watched a bit of that and I think that's what put me off. And because she had some defense attorney on her channel and he said that they are using this missing holster to argue quite a few points.
Okay.
And she got really upset when he brought that up.
Well, they should.
She did. I thought she was going to have a seizure. You could see her wig almost come flying off. And she's like, put him, take him down, mute his microphone. And I'm like, why do you want to mute his microphone, Nancy?
Wow.
Because he was saying, well, since the murder weapon is the bolt action rifle, having the presence of an unexamined pistol holster basically allows the defense to raise questions about whether there were other armed individuals that were present in the crowd. And when he said that, she just lost her mind.
Yeah, well, and you could see why, because the narrative kind of falls apart because you're attacking also the people who handle or don't handle evidence. That's obvious. Remember, we were just talking about it. That is clearly an issue in every case that we're discussing. So, and even with the DNA, if we go back to it, I'm sorry to go off topic.
Back to the DNA, I think there was something with the DNA in the Charlie Kirk case as well, where there was something in the July hearings or preliminary hearings. And apparently, I think the defense attorney cross-examined the DNA analysts in the case and said that the DNA testing was unreliable and that they couldn't match, I think it was Tyler Robinson, to the samples. That's what I heard. Yeah, anybody correct me if I'm wrong.
No,
Lucy, Nancy's a psychopath. Oh,
yeah. What does Lucy say? Let's. Nancy's a psychopath. Okay, yeah, I saw it. Hey, Lucy.
I think we could do like 6-hour video just reacting to Nancy's videos because she goes wild. Have you seen her? I mean, the minute they come with any reasonable argument, Nancy goes berserk. I should actually find that clip. If anybody has got it in front of them, just paste it. I'll play it because I was sitting and I was watching it and I'm thinking, why are you making them cut their microphone? Because she tells him, stop talking. And the guy's trying to explain. He's been pretty nice about it. He's, okay, you won't stop. I'll cut your microphone. Please, let him talk.
It's like, a bad school teacher going rogue. Oh my. But yeah, if that happened, just one more piece of evidence that I casually observed was there was a bullet found on the rooftop as well, on another rooftop that would have line of sight to shoot Mr. Kirk, and that was a bullet, a .223 bullet, and because of a 30-06 bullet without. Not to get into ammunition and firearms, but a .223 is a smaller caliber, still a high-powered rifle, but they use a smaller bullet. Our military uses it. It's an AR-15 platform, very easily accessible. But a 223 bullet was found. And a bullet, I
Okay.
mean the cartridge with the bullet itself, the jacketed bullet. So that raises a whole other issue. And if I recall correctly, another agent, I believe the FBI or locals there, one of the local officers testified that, that they're trained to, so if you're armed on the campus, this is what I believe he said, yes, if they were armed on campus, that they do not preload the weapon. So they basically take, they have to actually take that first bullet and put it in. So, and he's saying, well, they eject it before they put the rounds in. So if they have a magazine, they clear it. So you pull back on the charging handle and it releases a bullet. You do that just to make sure there's no live rounds in there, right? And you also don't jam the feeding of the bullets going into the firearm. So he was trying to explain that as, that must have been a police, so law enforcement clearing the weapon and it just fell out. It happens all the time. Well, if it happens all the time, are they documenting loss of ammunition? And I don't know if they went into this on cross-examination. That's why I find this case so fascinating, not to go off topic.
Yeah.
But they found another bullet.
I think this is a case worth going into because, wow, yeah, I don't see any real evidence. Let's see what Witchworth is. Yeah, just quickly off that, that's very interesting, Big Amish. We can do it, but just a side note, if anybody knows this, I heard that Charlie was killed on what was a pentagram. Lucy, do you know about this? Which he was? Jeff, I hope you're still with us. So I heard that he was killed on something that was the shape of a pentagram. Do any of you know anything about that?
I would have to look at that. Actually kind of makes sense. You know how the layout was, the outdoor, maybe that
Let me
makes
see
sense.
if I find something here that is interesting, Witchy, about the lamb statues. Specifically, when you're saying 4 lamb statues left at the memorial are in front of 1122. Oh, wow. Okay. I'd love you guys, if you have any images of that, please. So let's look here if I see something. I'm going to actually quickly look because I wasn't sure. Let's see if I find anything on it. Of course she would. Oh, she's crazy. Let's see if I just want to check out if I see an image of this at all. Probably have to look at it from overhead, but apparently the space. So I would have to examine this because I don't see it off the top of my head now. I'm just having a look if I see anything. But apparently the area looks like a pentagram. So
the visual from top to bottom, is that what you're saying? It shows like a pentagram scenario. Well, because the edgings of the buildings and the way they look at it. I don't have it in front of me, but I'm just remembering. It could very well be.
Looking.
Yeah.
I'm just quickly having a look if I see any of it. No, it brings up something else now. No, I don't see that. Okay. No. That would take a bit of looking into. But I did hear about it, and I thought, wow, okay.
Well,
Actually looks
that'll
like
be
the
very
shape of a house in Monopoly.
Yeah. I love Monopoly. I haven't played it in a long time, but I love that game.
You played
I
enough
guess
with the kids. They okay. So when you ask them about the pentagram, they say the origin of the rumor, the misinterpreted paving. So okay, so there was a pentagram. They say it was misinterpreted. Workers removed the patch of grass where Kirk was shot and paved over it with concrete stone. Okay, so here it starts to add up. Why did they pave over it? And then, of course, they're going to go into the conspiracy theory. Internet commentators and conspiracy theorists took drone and satellite footage of the courtyard layout combined with the geometric shape of the stones to falsely claim that the campus layout or the paving formed a hidden pentagram, suggesting occult or deep state involvement. So, of course, they're going to say it's a conspiracy theory.
yes, of course. Don't look here. You're a conspiracy theorist. Of course that happens. Yeah.
And on that topic, I think it was Candace Owens that said that. And if you look her up, everybody else in the world has got something under Wikipedia. If you look at Candace, they're going to say American conspiracy theorist.
Well, yeah, that's how they discredit you and embarrass that. That was started in the JFK assassination. That's where that term started to come up.
Yeah. So if
right.
you question anything, you're a conspiracy theorist. But let's look a little bit more, if you want, before we go on. So anybody that the question asked immediately prior. Yep. Well, that is interesting anyway. Let's go back to this Missy. I'm going to play another video if you want. Do you want to go back to that quickly?
Yeah.
I played that, and then we can go to the. Let me just keep this. I'm gonna. I'll play a little bit of this. Okay. You want to go back to this, Big Amish?
Yeah, no, that would be great because
go back to her.
There's the John Ramsey aspect of this.
There's so much. All right, let me go back to my screen here. Sorry. Let's go back to that and play a little bit of this. Sorry, I made it too big. Okay, so let's go back to the beginning. I'm going to just share the screen with you guys. I'm going to play this just for a few minutes. I won't play the whole thing. Okay, let's do that. Let me just make it a little bit bigger. I'll play a few minutes of it.
Who worked on multiple high-profile cases like Kobe Bryant's sexual assault investigation could be forcing thousands of retrials. Colorado investigators say some of Yvonne Woods' DNA analysis over nearly 3 decades may have included altered data. You may remember Kobe's case was dropped back in 2004, and Woods' work led to the conviction of Alex Ewing. Remember that? The so-called hammer killer for murdering 4 people in 1984 in Colorado.
I don't remember the hammer killer, but I'm certainly familiar with him now because there are some questions about whether the DNA evidence used to convict him is DNA evidence that had some missing, let's just say missing details or some faulty elements to it that could potentially lead to a retrial or the case being thrown out. Like, I don't know for sure how it's gonna play out. And to be sure, this is a developing story. It's been developing for several months now. But I do wanna give you the details about this DNA scandal in Colorado that will threaten to throw out possibly thousands of criminal convictions in the state. Now, the scandal revolves around a forensic scientist by the name of Yvonne Missy Woods. Now, she tested DNA evidence in Colorado's worst criminal cases for nearly 3 decades. And her work was also considered the gold standard by colleagues and put away literally thousands of violent criminals. But suddenly she resigned late last year, last November to be exact, and the Colorado Bureau of Investigation said that it had found what it referred to as anomalies in her work during an internal review. Now, the CBI, Colorado Bureau of Investigation, is launching a criminal investigation into Woods. Now, the unfolding scandal is throwing Colorado's criminal justice system into chaos. The state said it would need to review and retest approximately 3,000 DNA samples that Woods handled. Public defenders estimate thousands of cases could be affected. Now, in November, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation notified prosecutors that DNA testing conducted by Woods in one specific case was in fact missing data. And I think this is what sparked the whole scandal, or at least knowledge of the scandal, and what led to her sudden resignation in November.
Pausing here to deliver some honest truth as we do in our news coverage as well. TYT is facing challenges, guys, as the entire industry is. You know who could make the difference? You. If you hit the join button.
One result. So they thought that that was a problem. And so I'm gonna pause for a second and just give us all time, give us some time to actually like absorb how disastrous this could be. So they're thinking about retesting as many as 3,000 criminal convictions. Meaning that if this is in fact the kind of scandal that it appears to be, there could be who knows how many people who were wrongfully convicted based on faulty DNA evidence. There are people who might have even not been convicted because of faulty DNA evidence. That we don't know, because they're gonna retest, people who fall under the 3,000 criminal convictions. But it would be disastrous if even a small percentage of those people were wrongfully convicted using faulty DNA testing that was conducted by Woods. Now, we don't know what the results are gonna be. What we do know is that her behavior is costing the taxpayers in Colorado. State lawmakers recently allocated nearly $7.5 million for possible retrials and case reviews along with the retesting. And as of December 5th of last year, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, they had already begun testing or retesting some of the DNA evidence in these cases. And as of December 5th of last year, luckily they did not find any evidence of her DNA test to be inaccurate, but they had only scratched the surface. There's still 90% of the cases that they have to look into to make sure that there weren't any inaccuracies or mistakes made. But she is also, on top of all of this, facing a federal suit related to her work on a case that put a man by the name of James Hunter behind bars. Now, Hunter was arrested back in 2002 after a woman and her 5-year-old daughter were sexually assaulted by a man who had a sock over his face. Now, the victim said that the perpetrator sounded like Hunter. They accused Hunter of being the perpetrator. And according to the Wall Street Journal, Woods conducted a microscopic hair comparison that said she placed Hunter at the scene of the crime, according to the suit. But at the request of defense attorneys, hairs were then tested by an outside lab, which determined they belonged to the victim. When the error was revealed, Woods told the judge that it was a blow to her ego, according to the suit. The case was dismissed. Yeah, maybe that wasn't the right reaction. I mean, shouldn't the appropriate reaction to the independent test showing that Woods was wrong, shouldn't it be remorse? Shouldn't she be apologetic? I mean, faulty DNA testing could have put an innocent man in prison, right? Now, the case didn't end there. The DNA testing didn't end there. So then 10 months later, detectives said that they had located another hair. Woods tested it and found it contained DNA from Hunter. He was arrested again and eventually convicted of sexual assault and burglary. He is still in prison today. I need to understand why the same woman who got it wrong in the same case the first time was asked to test the DNA evidence again the second time. What? But Ryan Brackley, the lawyer representing Woods, says that she is cooperating with the investigation, to her credit. He says that she continues to stand by the reliability and integrity of her work on matters that were filed in court.
Okay. Well, that gives you a little bit of insight into her.
Yeah, it's quite shocking when you realize how many. I mean, they already funded $7.5 million. It might go way beyond that because the state will have some liability, and there will be lawsuits filed. So maybe they'll set up some sort of claims commission to deal with that. But it just, we don't know how far this really goes. And also, there was a secondary DNA analyst who I think did work with her or would follow her lead. So there's actually another DNA analyst within Colorado CBI as well, other than Miss Woods, who's being investigated, if not already charged. I don't know if I can't remember the name, and I don't know if they disclosed the name yet, but it's in another county. So very concerning on many levels. But you could see if let me pose a question to everyone who's listening and to you, Wendy. Let's say you're a very wealthy defendant, or you have your financial interests are at stake if a certain perpetrator is identified and then prosecuted as the defendant. You realize how easy, well, not easy, but if you had that type of influence, where would you first go if you could affect the case to change the results? You'd go right to a DNA analyst, wouldn't you? If you had that ability. I'm not saying it occurred, but clearly.
Well, you trust them because we've been told to trust them.
Yes. But if you wanted to affect how the lead goes, where the prosecution goes, it's the DNA analyst who's right in the crosshairs or in the zone of influence, I would call it. So, and I just raised this, John Ramsey, who I forgot, he sold his business to Lockheed and then worked for Lockheed. So it made hundreds of millions of dollars. And it's at the same time that Miss Woods is involved with the CBI. Same kind of time, new technology being used. And I'm not saying the technology is related to Lockheed Martin or that John Ramsey had any financial interest in lab work. That I don't know, but I'm assuming it's not, but I don't know for sure. But what I can tell you is if you're someone in that high level, are you not going to try? If there was anything pointing to you, it raises a question of how someone might influence somebody else within the government to give a different result, or a basically innocuous result, saying it's, you can't determine it. You can't determine whose sample that DNA is, or you leave it on the back burner. It's just ignored, saying insufficient, DNA or what have you, but it's left on the back burner. And that Miss Woods, I think from watching some of that, there were some other videos too, that she would ignore or not run DNA samples. So it begs the question, That's all I'm raising, and maybe I'm far off field on it.
Didn't she work, as I understand it, at the state lab when John Benet Ramsey was
Yes,
killed?
yes, that is exactly right. She ran the testing for John Bonet.
Yeah.
So, you know, and the irony is, well, not an irony. Well, John Ramsey came out and stated, right, that he had raised an issue of the DNA testing before, and I think he's mimicking that again. He finds it disgusting that this is happening with Miss Woods, but it raises a question. Are they now going to revisit each of the cases? Are they really going to revisit? And was there any destruction of DNA? We talk about manipulation, but destruction, if we find out that there's DNA that was destroyed or allowed to, denigrate its value, whatever happened, it would raise a lot of questions, especially in that case.
Yeah, that is a whole case on its own. It's like the Charlie Kirk case. It's just
Yeah.
But there are similarities in all these cases.
There are. The DNA analyst plays such a pivotal role. Anyone who handles evidence must be examined thoroughly, and the court should allow a way broader avenue to address, discovery or issues regarding that person who's handling evidence. I'm sorry, that's just how I feel, especially if you're looking to put somebody away for life or the death penalty, which is the case.
Now, you might know about this, but wasn't there a grand jury in Colorado that actually voted to indict John and Patsy on charges of abuse?
Yes. Well, it was for neglect. I believe it was for neglect. So, or abuse. Yeah. I don't know if I'm right. It could be abuse because of neglect and abuse kind of fall for child abuse. So if you neglect a child and it leads to something, is that abuse? I guess it is. So it could have been both. I apologize. I just can't remember exactly.
As far as I remember, it meant that the grand jury believed that the parents were either involved in John Benet's death or they protected the person who did it. And but as far as I know, I think the district attorney at the time, he refused to sign this indictment.
Well, there you go.
And there was a lot of things going on with that case. We'll take a deeper dive if anybody wants to, because that's pretty interesting. Because John Ramsey, he immediately hired defense attorneys and public relations experts, and they were refusing to give interviews. If you guys remember that, I remember it when it happened. Actually, they refused to give any interviews, and I think they wouldn't even give separate interviews without each other.
That is correct. I remember that. There was one interview with what's his name? I apologize, but it was one of the early ones with Mrs. Ramsey, and she just looked out of it. But she was attacking any reference, because there was an investigator, right? I think an investigator or two who were going against the narrative that they had nothing to do with it. So they were saying, well, why is, whether it's the handwriting, the exact number of the ransom happened to be the exact amount that John Ramsey got as
$18,000 or something that he got as a bonus, right?
Or 100 and something, 108. It's an odd number. It wasn't clear.
It wasn't like $120,000 or 100,000. It was 118 specifically.
Yeah. And it was the bonus John Ramsey received that year. So how does someone have that insight? Unless that's what it begs the question. So this will be interesting. Will this case be reopened? And I think it was reopened fairly recently. It's just, did it shut down? I don't know enough of, I don't know if they even tell us if it was shut down. But now, since we know Miss Woods is involved in manipulating DNA samples, will that in itself reopen it? And does John Ramsey have any say in it? We shall see.
Well, as far as I know, they say that I think it was, I can't remember the year, but I remember the district attorney eventually cleared them of all suspicion, and that was based entirely on the discovery of, wait for it, unknown male DNA.
Yes.
Yes, unknown male DNA
Yeah.
that was found on John Bonet's clothing, and this, they said, was pointing to some kind of like an outside intruder, somebody who wasn't part of the family or anything like that.
Right.
And this was the very same time that Woods was an analyst.
Yes, it
And
begs the
CBI.
question. It certainly does. I'm glad you brought it. It certainly does raise that question. And then with the new technology we see in Koberger's case, IgG, they should have the ability now to expand and look at a lot more relationships that may not have existed before. Certainly didn't exist before. It's fairly recent. And I'm going to assume that IgG wasn't used in the Ramsey case. So
yeah, I don't think so. I don't think it was available at that time.
Yeah.
Somebody just correct me if I'm wrong. I'm like AI, I can make mistakes. Let's look at this picture quickly that Witchy was put on, if you don't mind.
Oh,
Can you guys see that?
I see the lambs, 4 lambs. Yeah, I see
What
them.
are those, guys?
They look
Witchy
like
was. Thanks for sending this. It was a post on hers. I'm going to. Can't really make it bigger, but you see them there.
So Silence of the Lambs, were they all involved in?
That is so strange.
That is strange. There's many ways to take that, but that is strange. And what was Witchy's theory on this one?
I don't know. Let her
Possible
talk
candle holder.
in the
Okay.
comments. It just seems. It seems very odd.
Yeah, it looks
From
like
like
it's
you-
some sort of holder of something. I see a cup or
Yeah.
interesting.
Well, Witchy was. I always say that there is some kind of ritual aspect to this crime as well. So when I say ritual, I keep saying it several times. It doesn't mean that I'm talking about, people in a cult with these dark robes and performing little magic tricks. I'm saying that when you talk about a ritual can involve anybody. Law enforcement, DNA analyst, government, law enforcement. And there's so many things, like even this says to me, like lambs to the slaughter. Just very odd. Why would you use that? I don't know, maybe there is nothing in it.
But symbolically, you're right. It does raise questions.
It's not one thing. I mean, you could look at this and say, but there's too many ritual elements in this particular case. So yeah, that is a very interesting point you brought up about the Ramsey case. Well, we've talked about it quite a bit. Okay. Thanks for this.
Since you had that picture up, I can't help but notice that the caution, the police taping, that just literally just goes to a certain point when the crime scene should have been expanded. All those homes adjacent to it, anywhere they found any red fluid should have been cornered off and closed off and taped and people removed so they could have done a proper forensic accounting of all that area. But they never did. The crime scene, and it begs the question, if you expand the crime scene, you realize how much manpower you need, but also by not cornering off as many potential spots there were, you contaminate the crime scene, and anything that you try to go back in leaves a lot of grounds to challenge. But they never did that.
No, they didn't. And Witchy Was brings up a good point here. Nancy Grace already spread the rumor that the Koberger's favorite film is American Psycho. Yeah, well, I mean, she did say that he was obsessed. I mean, that rumor has been spread that he was not only, I wouldn't be surprised if she said something like he's obsessed with Silence of the Lambs, because a lot of people said things like he was obsessed with Ted Bundy. I actually saw some channels there was one girl, she's also there in America, and she did a full side-by-side comparison of Ted Bundy and Brian Koberger. And I just don't know why he is compared to somebody like Ted Bundy.
It's to demonize him. The easiest way to hate somebody or follow the net is to create people to have fear and hate someone for doing something so heinous. So you attribute someone that probably 99% of the people will consider heinous, and that's Ted Bundy. So by doing that, you demonize Mr. Koberger.
Yeah, you're right. But I mean, we know that Bundy was guilty. So, but I just found it interesting that they did a comparison between these two cases, because the crimes themselves were not even similar.
Totally different.
The story was that if they hadn't caught him, he would have gone on to become a serial killer, or that he admired Ted Bundy.
Yes. He would have gone on to bigger and greater things.
Yeah.
That's basically.
Now, I don't know how they can predict something like that.
This is all, this is part of a psychological kind of trap.
Public
right?
humiliation ritual.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't be doing that. Nancy Grace shouldn't be doing it, but she's pushing a narrative for some reason, and going way beyond it, knowing you're tainting a jury pool potentially.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you think about it, he was pretty much found guilty
In the public, yeah. In the public's eye.
even
yeah.
before his very first appearance. So I did a video with Annie Leese because I used to watch her quite a bit, and I think it was her coverage also, her and Nancy, a lot of people, that started, with the name calling and saying that his idol was Ted Bundy and he was going to continue to do this if he hadn't been caught. So,
Yep.
and that was right in the beginning. I think that was back in January of 2023, which would probably have been maybe those first videos. I'm just actually going to look at them and bring them out. But there was a whole lot of those videos that came out within a few days of his arrest.
They had the production crews all in line.
And as you're talking about the crime scene not being secured the way it should have been, remember that Nancy Grace went with, I think it was some guy from, oh gosh, I can't remember his name. And they went and they sat outside the Idaho 4 house, Chris McDonough. And that was where I think Chris McDonough found a glove outside in the snow. Do any of you remember that?
Oh, that's interesting. No, I don't remember that.
Yes, he found a glove outside because they set up a station. She wanted to go and view. She did actually go and view the house even before they took it down. Let me see if I find here what he.
They were allowed to go onto the property or beyond the taping. Interesting. Okay.
I want to see if I find anything on it quickly.
Yeah, I can't help but think of OJ's glove when you bring up a glove, but
okay, there is a video on this. If you guys want to have a look at it, I can do it. Let's do this. Let me remove that. Let me just send this
So you're saying they found a glove early on in January, whatever.
Let me send it. I have to send it from one device to the next. So bear with me a few seconds, guys. Let's see if we can actually have a look at this. Yeah, it's quite interesting. Sorry if anybody's watching, we always tend to go off topic, but it's okay. We say we don't, and then we do.
We can't help ourselves.
Sorry. Short attention span, but as things come up, it is good to go through these things, because you always find more stuff. It's wild. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, for those of you that know me, I can't with this woman, Banfield. Wow, this woman is crazy. I can't with her. So let's make it bigger. We can see what they're saying.
Potential evidence everybody is talking about online, the glove that the police almost missed. It was dropped, it was thrown outside the home where the 4 college students were stabbed to death in Moscow. And there is a good chance that it would still be there right now, but for a former homicide detective turned podcaster who noticed it while he was actually visiting the scene on Thanksgiving, which is 11 days after the murders. Chris McDonough is a veteran of the Oceanside, California Police Department, and currently he's the director with the National Cold Case Foundation. He's also co-host of the podcast, The Interview Room, and he is live with me tonight. Detective, it's so good to have you. First of all, I am shaking my head as I even think I'm doing this interview with you. Take me there. Tell me what happened. You literally showed up and looked down and said, hello, gentlemen, come over here. Have you seen this? Is that really how simple this was?
Yeah, it really was, actually. I mean, it was my wife and I, it was Thanksgiving Day. We happened to be up here in Idaho. And I said to her, I said, hey, let's just go over where that, situation's taking place at the university to get some tape. And we're walking up the street, and the first thing that caught my attention, to be honest with you, was all of the cars still parked on the property. And then I looked over and I saw there was an officer controlling the scene sitting in his vehicle. And I looked to the left and I saw that what appeared to be a glove. And I looked at my wife and I said, is that a glove? And she goes, yeah, I think it is. And so about where Brian was standing tonight, I walked over and looked over, and sure enough, it was a glove. And I immediately got
you know
the
what I'm going to
attention
do? I am going to, Chris, thank you for saying that. When we go back to Brian in a little bit, I'm going to actually ask him to walk me to the exact spot so that everybody who's watching right now gets the full perspective. Sometimes it's hard when you're watching through a one-dimensional TV screen. So I'm going to do that. In the meantime, help me out with this one, because you're the murder detective, but you're also the person who found it. What kind of glove was it, and the significance of the kind of glove as pertains to a murder?
Well, I can't really tell what type of glove it is, if it's a male, female. And obviously the significance may be nothing, but it also could be very significant. There appeared to have snow on it, so I assumed it had been there for quite some time, at least before the earlier snowfall. I later learned there are photographs of that glove floating online, and you can clearly see it there. And I was unaware of those at the time. And when I told the officer, I waved him over and I said, "Hey, you need to come take a look at this." And he walked over, and his first words were, "Oh, wow." And I said, "Yeah." And I told him, I said, "Hey, I'm a retired homicide guy. You probably want to collect that, get your evidence people out here to do that." And he took some photographs of it, and I assumed that they, had collected it. I videotaped him doing it just in case, at least taking the photographs. But yeah, it was crazy. It was just sitting there.
And this is, to be clear, it's inside the crime tape. This was not something that you discovered outside the crime tape, but they weren't watching, they weren't looking for it. So they'd had 11 days to scour the outside of the property. And I need to remind our viewers that you're from California, where one of the biggest first cases of my career happened, and a bloody glove was the significant piece of evidence in O.J. Simpson's case, which is why we don't make light of something that's just maybe looks like garbage. Certainly that's just a couple dozen feet from the front door.
Big Amish, they mentioned the O.J. Simpson. Let me just go back a little bit there. You want to chip in quickly and give your thoughts?
One, just spatially, time-wise, I would love to know, because they gave a date 11 days after, right? So we know that on the evening of November 12th into the 13th, or the morning of November 13th, there was a light dusting of snow, right? And many places didn't. My question then is, was there another snow event? Because unless it's the same snow event, 11 days, it's hard for me to believe that a light dusting stays 11 days. So what I'm raising is this glove probably was more prevalent without the snow. But I could be wrong. Maybe it just snowed, and that was the snow, and maybe it snowed again. But the glove being missed near garbage cans, by the way, that's what caught my attention as well. It just triggers a response of, okay, why is this glove right here next to garbage cans? Were they using garbage recycle bins or other dumpsters, for example, to throw away evidence, clothing? It just triggers that, because why in the world would a glove be right there? And I believe the garbage was picked up the next day, if I'm not mistaken. And they didn't stop. Like, just doesn't make sense. If that happened, I don't know if they picked up the garbage, the next day and allowed it without investigating it. We don't even know if they looked in those bins. Am I right? I could be wrong, but does anyone know? it's the first time I'm seeing this. I mean, to me, this is such a valuable piece of information. And like he said, could be nothing, but it could be something. So I don't know, just that DM said the individual is wearing black and you have a black glove. Now, many people have black gloves, but it just so happens to be next to a crime scene. That just happened. Oh,
And what you are says here, garbage cans that MPD tagged for the Idaho State Police to collect and transport to evidence.
yeah, I'm reading it there. Okay, and there are no ISP.
Are
Oh,
there
wow.
are there no records of booking them into evidence at all?
If that's true, that's shocking. And that's how it just raises a question. If that happened and you're seeing a piece of possible evidence and it's not logged in, we're getting more and more involvement of law enforcement or whoever handles evidence. We talked about this before. Whoever handles evidence has to be looked under a microscope and be allowed to be looked under a microscope for these very reasons. As they could dictate who gets charged and who gets away.
So, Jeff, if you're saying there's a video with the officers having a conversation next to the trash cans, but still, it doesn't make sense. Why would you take your gloves off and not take them with you?
And Jeff, if that's the case, why would there be snow on them? It had to snow on the glove. So if they just threw away their glove, there would be no snow on top of it.
It just seems an odd thing to do.
It is. And especially, Jeff, so you're saying that the law enforcement that was there are totally incompetent idiots. They just throw away their gloves at a crime scene. Maybe. Could be both.
Could be. I mean, we're not saying that's not, but I mean, it just seems very strange of all things.
I wonder where they got their training from.
The thing is, Jeff, if they dropped the glove there on the 13th and it was found much later, the question is, whose glove is it? And why didn't they find it before? Why did they find it so many days later?
Yes. The silence is deafening, Jeff. If that was somebody who dropped a glove, if it was that innocuous, if that was so benign, they would have just said it. You know what? I made a mistake. Sorry, that glove was mine. I didn't even know about this. So, and I'm assuming I'm not the only one, but maybe, people who are obviously involved and entrenched for years know this, but I certainly didn't.
No, we don't know everything. That's why it's great to have people telling us, like which he's saying as well about them with the garbage. We learn new things about this case every day. Little things will come up and you'll forget it and think it's not really important, and then it just comes back to your memory as you watch it and you think, wow, okay, I remember this. And look, it's true, Jeff. People walk past the house. They could have thrown a glove, but the question then is, why did Nancy and Chris McDonough make such a big deal out of this glove? Because their stance was that Koberger was very irresponsible, like he was dumb. That was what Nancy said a few times when I watched her show. And she said that he was so dumb, he forgot to pick up his glove. So it was actually not my words. I'm going to talk like Nancy now. Not my words, his words. And and she said that he was so dumb that he actually dropped his gloves because he was rushing away from the crime scene. Her words, not mine. I must get a Nancy Grace accent. She actually get one of those blonde wigs and do an impersonation. Yes,
I love the
exactly.
impersonate.
He dropped the glove. And so that was what she said. And I mean, that
Next
was the
to
whole
garbage
reason.
cans? Like,
She had him on her show, and she said he was so stupid that he actually dropped the glove because he was in such a big rush to get away from the crime scene.
maybe Brian threw the glove, hoping that it would make it into the garbage can. He was just
Seems
in a
ridiculous.
rush. He was in a rush, I
He was
guess.
in a rush. I still don't understand the rush. You know, and that's why I think, I don't know what your thoughts are, Big Amish, on the timeline. I mean, we can revisit that at another point, but the point is, just as a matter, something that I always found very peculiar was, why, if you are going to go into a house, as we were told, with these 4 students, and everybody's asleep, as we were told, which we now know isn't true, why would you rush? Why wouldn't you take your time? Because nobody knows you're there. So to commit this crime in such a short space of time and then have to rush to get away, that doesn't make sense.
No. Either there's going to be a mess everywhere, or you knew you had more time and took every minute and hours to clean up a crime scene and get rid of evidence. It's one of the two.
You know what we should do? We should set up like a mock studio. I'd love to do that. Dress up so that you don't leave one trace of DNA anywhere, right? And just see how that would play out. I think there is a video of that somewhere, but let's watch this one finish. Big Amish, you must just tell me if you need to go. Let's go watch this. I'm gonna try find it. Let's see what she says.
Was the significant piece of evidence in O.J. Simpson's case, which is why we don't make light of something that's just maybe looks like garbage. You know, certainly that's just a couple dozen feet from the front door.
Yeah, I mean, the significance of it, you know, is unknown at this point. You know, obviously, if it is involved, then it could be, you know, very important. If it's not, then, you know, at least you have it and you can put it into evidence just to say it's there. So, you know, the officer, in my opinion, you know, said he was going to bring the evidence folks to come collect it. And I hope they did that, to be honest with you.
So the other key part here is that you, as a homicide detective, you've seen the inside of a courtroom or two. And today the police were telling us part of the reason they're keeping information so close to the guest is to preserve the pristine nature of the prosecution, of the criminal procedure. So I could see a defense attorney watching our interview right now and saying, you didn't even see the most critical evidence, you know, even inside the crime tape for over a week and a half. Like, you leave something too long and that becomes fodder for a defense later on as well. So it's a problem if you don't pick it up for the investigators. It's also a problem for the prosecutors. I'm going to just give you about 20 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. And 100%. I mean, and so you got to ask yourself, why were the cars still there for 2 or 3 weeks? I mean, the first thing you do is you work the crime scene from the outside in. You don't work the crime scene from the inside out.
There you go.
And those cars should have been impounded within day 1 or day 2.
Yeah, I also thought that they should be looking at the GPS of all those cars, and you don't do that while they're parked. So that's fascinating. And you know, you and I are going to have a longer conversation about working a case from the outside in. So this is your formal invitation back. Chris McDonough, thank you so much for being here tonight. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for the invite.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider, and don't forget to click the red subscribe button.
Wow. Yeah, working the crime scene from the outside in. And that's what we're kind of discussing. Where does the crime scene possibly lead to? Where should they have taped off? What residences could have been taped off and people removed from, right, as possible scenes, especially knowing what we even covered when we saw the that video with the flash occurring in those evening hours and screams occurring. So, I mean, we're just looking at it now, but clearly law enforcement had all this information and information regarding red fluid in different apartments, for example. So none of those were, I believe, cornered off or at least included, because they cleared those individuals very early.
Mm-hmm.
But
too quickly, almost.
Too quickly. It's as if, yeah, BK was rushing to get out of there, and now you have police rushing to clear potential suspects without doing a thorough evaluation. And you have a glove, which I guess Jeff, yeah, someone could have dropped it. A police officer could have dropped it, but they usually, they're supposed to account for anything that's missing on their person. There's law, that's just common practice. If you're missing something that belongs to you and you're at a crime scene, that gets documented in your report. So this is just shocking, really is. We know nothing about the garbage cans, nothing about this glove, nothing about anything being tested, whether it's garbage from those bins or that glove, to my knowledge, but I could be wrong.
No, Jeff, you 100% right. Look, we don't know. It could have been anybody who dropped the glove. You are 100% right in saying that. My point being that Nancy's words were, it was Koberger, irrelevant of whether the glove was tested or not. She actually said that it was his glove.
The OJ
and,
glove.
It could have been somebody else's. It could have been there, got kicked around, dropped.
Or you test it. That's part of the evidence. You have to distinguish, is it relevant or not relevant? Who does it belong to? How did it get there? Because I'm assuming there was cameras at that point. It should be. There should be 24-hour surveillance going on at that crime scene. And if someone has the ability to contaminate a crime scene, whether it's right inside that tape or not, because throwing a glove, was it an accident or was it intentional? Because if it's intentional, then you have actors who are now accessories after the fact trying to influence a crime scene. We don't know, but you certainly don't just assume. You do not make assumptions as to what the evidence is or how it got there. You have to do due diligence in your investigation. You don't come to conclusions. You have to figure it out from the very low level all the way up.
Yeah, that's true.
But my, yeah, you're right. If she said that was Brian Koberger's glove. I mean, talk about demonizing someone. How do you, that's his glove. He's Ted Bundy. He's this, he's that. We don't know. And now we know from Missy Woods how someone could be set up potentially, or there was no DNA. And the only DNA we're talking about is touch DNA. We're talking about touch DNA. We're not talking about any blood, anything other than touch DNA, which cannot tell you how that DNA got on that sheath. There's no DNA analyst that could tell you how that DNA got on that sheath. And we're talking about touch DNA. So someone who is just in a rush, just happened to touch it with his finger that he threw a glove off, or just a smudging of his skin cells touch the strap of the sheath. No weapon, no blood, nowhere of Brian Koberger's in the crime scene at all. So I guess that's the theory.
Let me play this other video if you don't mind. Let's see what she says here. It's quite interesting. And then we can go to the other one.
Sure. And just
second.
oh, and
Okay.
Jeff, you're citing David Middleman, if I'm not mistaken. That is almost a billionaire himself who's trying to push Othram Labs.
Yep.
And you're telling me to take him at his word? Are you freaking kidding me? He has
Yeah,
a
no,
billion
I don't
billion
think-
reasons to lie. Sorry. I'm sorry, Wendy.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hi, Leah.
Hi, Lee. How are you? I hope I'm saying your name right. Leah. Is it Leah? Who else is here? If I didn't greet you, sorry. Hi, upper room. How are you guys? Let's see what they're saying here. Okay, so here they're going to talk about parallels of evil. Let's do this. Let's add it. Yeah, I want you to see what they do. They actually compare this to Bundy. This is what I was telling you about earlier, right? So let's go to this. Not a long video. Let's make it a little bit bigger. All right. Let's go to the beginning. Add it. Okay. Leah, how are you? Sorry, Big Amish, I didn't mean to cut you off. We can talk about the Middlemans in a few seconds. I'm going to play this quickly.
No. Go ahead. It was just for Jeff.
Key to the whole case. Ted Bundy, he actually had revamped the inside of his VW Bug to accommodate bringing a body into order an unconscious girl to put her in the passenger part. And that car became the focus of law enforcement. And on the other hand, the white Elantra becomes the focus of a nationwide search.
We have tips coming in. We have investigators out every day interviewing people.
Where was he? Washington State University Police Department on campus noticed a white Elantra in front of the apartment houses and contacted Moscow police and the FBI. They're like, hey, wait a minute. One of the students over here has a white Elantra.
That student?
Bingo, Brian.
Brian Koberger becomes the prime suspect, although he says he will be exonerated. Police learn he trades out his license plate just days after the murders.
I understand the person of interest in Idaho changed his license plate. Ted did have a number of different license plates in his Volkswagen, and I think that was to eliminate a trail.
Did you ever see his Elantra out there?
Yeah.
Shortly after the Moscow murders, Koberger's neighbor, who wants to remain anonymous, says he shared an eerie conversation with the same man, now at the center of the police investigation.
The week after these murders happened, he brought up, he's like, have you heard about these murders?
But to you, he actually says, have you heard about the murders?
Yeah, when we were talking, he said, have you heard about these murders? And I was like, yeah, because it just happened. He's like, yeah, it seems like they don't have any leads. And I was like, yeah, I guess not. And then he's like, yeah, they think it's a crime of passion.
He also tells us his wife was wary of their new neighbor from day one.
She had an intuition about this guy.
I'm telling you, women's intuition is real.
What if you could make a song using only your voice?
Yeah. Now we're using
Let's use the
psychic
Bundy
powers.
story, grew some legs.
Unbelievable. I just psychic, a neighbor. Everyone's talking about this event, these crimes. What is it would be suspect if Brian Koberger wasn't discussing it. We don't know who initiated the conversation. So if someone asked Brian Koberger, he could have just said, I don't know anything about it. Then I'd be a little bit more suspicious of it because everyone knew about it. The fact that he talks about it, it's more likely than not that he was very comfortable in talking about it. Now you're going to say, well, that's because he was the perpetrator. Maybe. in some circles, but it just doesn't add up to have conversations. And how they're handpicking these witnesses. They don't give you the background of it. They don't tell you who initiated the conversation. And then to top it off with a psychic intuition, that's really reaching to demonize somebody.
Well, I'm all the way across the other side of the world, and I was talking about it. So
yeah. I mean, I remember hearing about it. I just, to me, I just stayed away from it. To me, it was like, oh, little, young students who were. I just found it very disheartening at many levels. So I didn't even discuss it with anyone, to be honest with you.
No, not online.
For me,
I mean,
I'm just saying. For me, I just
I think a lot of people, even if you weren't discussing it online, you kind of everybody in the world heard about it. Most people.
Yes, hearing about it, absolutely. And again, and I didn't get involved. The only time I started looking was that allocution that I saw. From there on, probably in November, I started getting involved in the case. And I remember calling, whether it was Birdie Show and then Outcast thereafter, and sharing my theories about it. But certainly, the more you look into this and looking at what's more likely than not, that someone committed the perfect murder but was an idiot to throw a glove away, or cleaned the perfect crime scene but touched the sheath that was found in a situation that raises many questions. And
do you know how difficult it would be? You're quite right to actually it would be so difficult to leave no evidence at all.
Yeah.
So
the only way you do that is if you had help, and you knew you would need law enforcement help, and you would need specific chemicals, whatever you're going to do to clean up and affect the crime scene. But then again, from what we learned from Missy Woods, you have a DNA analyst who could affect the outcomes of who gets cleared and who doesn't, or who's added to the mix. No pun intended.
So before we go back to Missy Woods and the other analyst, I don't know if you guys want to look at this. This is a guy, I'll also tag him in the video. I don't know if you've seen any of these videos, but he's quite good. So Jeff, explain then, to us how somebody could go in there, even if he dropped a glove, and commit this crime and not leave any DNA evidence other than touch DNA. And I think I've got something here. I'll actually, I don't know, Big Amish, if you've seen this. Do you mind if I play this one?
No, go right ahead.
Sorry, I'm taking up your whole day again. This is pretty good. This is the only way it could have happened. Okay. Guys, head over to Mark B's channel and I will tag him in it. Let's do this. Make it bigger. It's not big, so I'm going to add him. Think about it. All right, this is pretty good. All right, let's do this. Okay.
According to law enforcement, Dylan said he was clad in black. Well, obviously this one's white. Let's just imagine that it's black. Okay, Dylan's room would be right about here, about 6 feet away.
Oh my.
Sliding glass door. She said he walked towards a sliding glass door. So, according to this theory, he stopped in the kitchen and got undressed. A lot of people think it's dark, but remember, there's a good vibes lighting in the living room, and it might be reflecting here, or there could be some other source of light also. And once we're done here, we're going to go out to the car, which is about 4 to 5 car lengths away. When the killer first came in, he left that plastic sheeting right by the door. And one last thing before we get going is this outfit is waterproof. And here's a sample of it.
There's the black gloves.
I put some Tabasco sauce here.
Yeah.
This is the exterior.
Tell me if you want me to stop anyway.
And right with my fingers here, I dabbed water on the outside, kept dabbing and dabbing to see, and it's completely waterproof. So what you're going to see on the inside is just the color from the exterior. It actually did not penetrate. So that is just the color from the outside of the pant leg on the Tabasco.
Okay, here goes.
This is actually cock funny.
I can't stop laughing. You just committed all these murders, and you're, oh my God, in low light. Oh wow, yes, that's exactly, Jeff. There you go. There's the explanation. I'll just take my time.
I've got to laugh at this. Mark is pretty good. Guys who go over to his channel and watch, because look at all the trouble you'd have to go through.
Yeah. Oh, it's so cumbersome, and that's with light. Yeah.
I've got to change the shoes there.
Shower cap.
And Dylan is 6 feet away, basically, maybe 8 feet from where he is now, or maybe closer.
This is what you would have to do to leave no evidence.
Yeah. But wouldn't, I mean, you could hear the ruffling of the, I mean, this is, if this happened, there's no way Dylan, people would hear that. Dylan would hear that.
Okay, keep in mind right now, he's naked except for socks, gloves.
The upper room, not even an invisible man could commit it.
Yes, she's right.
Oh, wow.
Good to see you, the upper room
Second pair of
view.
gloves off.
Yeah.
1 pair of gloves remaining.
2 pairs of gloves.
Oh, so.
And inside.
Yeah, that makes
You
sense.
change shoes there.
So wouldn't leave marks. Okay. So he had what we call galoshes. I used to have those. Put them on with rain, protect your shoes. Okay.
Yep.
Put some Goodwill back on.
Yes, so tidy. He's such a cleaning freak.
Still got those other gloves on, hey?
Oh, okay. I didn't, yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Now we have 2 different theories. One, we can go back through the living room, down the stairs. At the base of the stairs, immediate to the right is the exit door, because people claim that door was left open.
And Bethany was down there, and she said she saw a naked man running away from the house. Naked man theory. In this case, we're going to go up to the car, and I'll show you how the car is set up.
Oh, wow. This part's good.
Let me just put it in the box. Oh my god. Oh, but he has everything taped up.
This is just too much. I love it.
This is a removable steering thing.
And he collected all the plastic to make sure nothing leaked out.
Moist cloth to clean above the mask, below the bonnet.
That's great. That is great.
We're going to take a step back and we're going to go to Phoenix.
You're gonna love that video. When I
Yes.
saw the car, now remember we talked about that accident scene right outside of Brian's apartment where he left the other day. That was on Scuddy's channel, right? Now, imagine him putting up at his apartment and his car's lined with all that plastic.
Yeah. I mean,
Hi, Kane. How are you?
hello, Kane. Yes. No, it makes perfect sense, right? He's now all clean, so he could approach a mass police presence near his apartment, right next to his apartment. Makes perfect sense.
I know, I love that car, the way he taped it up.
Yeah.
All the plastic on the sides of the car and
Nothing
the
suspicious.
seats. Nothing, no, nothing to see here. Nobody's going to stop me. Who would do that? But that's
And naked.
pretty much what would.
And naked,
A
right?
naked man running through the house.
But does he wait, did he put on, according to that theory, he was naked, did he leave naked? So is he driving the vehicle naked? Because that would even make it more hilarious.
Well, that's what who said that they saw him running naked? Somebody saw him.
He's running. I mean, okay. Now, one thing, it just brings just a trigger in my mind. Now, the only person I know who was somewhat naked was Mowich. Now, it's
Really?
making me think of a connection here. Now it's making me think, okay, we could laugh about BK doing this, but Mowich was found basically in his underwear.
He was.
So, something to
You're right,
consider.
Lee. I mean, that video was almost 7 minutes. That's the timeline. Just to clean up. Never mind commit the crime.
Wow.
Jeff, are you seriously saying that Brian was so fast and that he was so crazy and brazen that he would actually tape his car up with all that plastic? Why? Severe adrenaline. No. Adrenaline of what?
Yeah, he would have adrenaline, but
Oh, we love
usually
you, Jeff. But no, think about it, Jeff. Oh, dude, you know what? No, it doesn't matter how much adrenaline you've got, right? You would then, why would you be in such a rush?
well, being in an adrenaline state or hyper state, you usually make mistakes.
What has he got? 8 arms? It's not possible.
And yeah, he's an octopus with a penchant for being super clean.
I never met a criminal like that. I mean, who would do that? Right?
There's always a
But
first,
this
Jeff.
is like what Mark did there is he was illustrating, and go over to his channel, because he's the one that pretty much proved it's not Brian's car. And you would have to be, you know, Jeff, I'm not dissing you. I like Jeff. He's always coming in the channel, and I respect that you believe Koberger did it. But I mean, think about it. To not leave any evidence at all, you'd have to tape up everything in your car, the steering wheel, as laughable as it is, you'd have to tape up everything. So, because remember, they didn't find any evidence in his car. They said that he took his car apart to clean it, right? Am I correct, Big Amish?
Yes. There was no evidence. None.
No, Jeff will never block you. You know, as we just like to go for you a little bit in the comments, but we still love having you here. Look, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. But I mean, they said, right, Big Amish, they said there wasn't one trace of evidence in his car. So I'm just trying to understand how.
Yeah, no, that is factual. So yeah, Jeff, how do you explain that? Meanwhile, it wasn't cleaned in the sense of removing all DNA. It was just, there was his DNA, like touching the steering wheel. There was food particles and the like, but there was no evidence from the crime scene in his vehicle. That's a big difference. His father's, his probably mother's DNA was there. But there was no evidence at all, not even touch DNA, from the home in any capacity in his vehicle. So how do you explain that? But you have his touch DNA on a sheath that appears after the crime scene.
It's a movable object. So why is there no DNA on anything like the light switches, the walls, the floors? There's no touch DNA on anything else other than a movable object.
Yep.
So how reliable is that when you're talking about a movable object, Big Amish?
Well,
in court,
it's not reliable, and I think the touch DNA was one of the things Missy Woods also was accused of. It affected touch DNA. So with the touch DNA, if we use Jeff's statement of using Mr. Middleman as the basis for reliability, I wouldn't trust him more than I could throw him. That's the reality. There is no way you can prove how touch DNA got onto an object. No way you could do that unless you have a physical witness saying, I saw someone touch this part of whatever, the sheath, at this time. That's the only way. But we don't have that here. We just have a sheath, no knife, but a sheath under the body of, was it Maddie? No, I forgot if I'm juggling this, but under the body of someone who's already been unalived, where no blood, I believe, is present, but touch DNA is. Or if blood was, it was through sweat. The blood didn't land on the sheath. It was more of when it touched the body. So you could distinguish between the types of blood, how it was contributed, if it was there. I can't remember if that is the fact, but it certainly didn't come from, let's say, drops from a knife or anything like that. That's my understanding.
No, it didn't. So Jeff, you're talking about Brian's research paper about the woman who was stabbed in the house. and how to enter a crime scene without taking your DNA in there, right? I agree with you 100%. I'm sure he would have known very well how to cover up a crime scene, which makes this even more crazy because he would have picked a time. Let's say there was one victim that he was targeting, because you can't say that he was targeting all 4 of them, right? Doesn't make sense.
Yes. Yeah, I agree.
So why would he not just find this victim when he or she is by themselves? That would seem more realistic to me. Or was he just sitting in his apartment and his butthole was itching and he's like, I got to do this now. Despite the crime scene outside my house, I got to go now. I'm on a mission. I need to go do it now. There's a burst water pipe outside my house. The place is crawling with cops. Okay. I'm not going to do my normal routine where I go out for a run at night. I need to go do this now. And I'm going to risk going into a house with 4 students that are out and about, because we know that now they were not sleeping. There's no way they were sleeping. And I'm just going to go in there, and I've got time, mind you, by the way, so I've got time to line my car. I happen to have all the supplies, the gloves, the plastic gloves, little hairnet, the mask, everything. And I must do it now. Why wouldn't you do it when you have more time?
Yeah.
Hi, Virtual Green, how are you? Bushy eyebrows. Do you know my husband's eyebrows are more bushy than Brian Koberg, and he used to drive the same Elantra. I used to tell him that I would believe that he's a better pick of a suspect than Koberger is.
Yeah.
Like he basically fit the profile of the suspect at the time. We used to joke with him and say to him, "Are you sure you weren't in Idaho that night? Got the same car. We had the same car, and the same bushy eyebrows. Got the same ski mask that he wears as well."
And of course, you would be denying it. According to Jack. Well, raises another question. If plastics were used, you would also see that type of element in the vehicle or particles. So if you assume that he basically had his car, tarped up with plastic, there would be signs of that through the DNA process and other processes, by the way. You'd be able to tell if that was in there. Let alone, I'm just saying, if even the fact that there's not even a scintilla of even touch DNA coming from the house, the residence, in any capacity, lends itself to a reasonable conclusion, Jeff. I'm sorry, but I understand your point. But to a reasonable person, it makes sense that he had nothing to do, or the vehicle had nothing to do with it. You can maybe go BK in another vehicle possibly, but not in his vehicle. I think that totally eliminates that Elantra being used, in my opinion.
The upper room view, exactly, 100%. Okay, going back, Jeff, quickly. If somebody wants to know what it feels like to end somebody's life, and you're saying that he didn't care if he was caught or not, that in itself is, yes, that does make sense. I guess somebody who has no impulse control wouldn't care because they probably think that they're not going to get caught. So there, I do agree with you on that. Why would you have this sudden urge? All right, sudden urge, but you've got all the materials there to do it, because that then isn't a sudden urge. So it's a little bit of a contradiction to say, if you had a sudden urge and think, if I woke up now and think, I just have this sudden urge, there's voices in my head telling me I need to go feel what this feels like. It wouldn't make sense that I have balaclava, gloves, plastics. And while you're busy prepping your car and taking all these precautions, if you're saying that he didn't care if he was caught or not, then why would you take all those measures to prep your car and not leave any DNA?
The preparation of the vehicle, Wendy, I think you're 100% right. We saw Ted Bundy. He prepared his vehicle for exactly what he was doing. There would be indicia of preparation somewhere, whether it's in his apartment, wherever he worked as a TA, wherever, at his house in PA, there would be signs of preparation somewhere, and specifically in his vehicle. I don't think you could whitewash that. So it just begs questions.
Amish, what about the fact, like, you know, if you have the sudden urge because you've just gone off your mind, you want to go feel. This is the story mainstream media has told us. He just had the sudden urge to go and feel what this feels like. During this preparation phase, you kind of, I think, you would calm down at a point and say, whoa, let me not do this. If any of you have, you know, when you're angry with somebody and
the heat of passion.
Yeah, they've annoyed you to a point. And I think we've all been in this situation. You're annoyed, you want to do something you're not supposed to do. Doesn't matter what it is, we're all human. And then at some point, you have this little cool-off period where, and I think every human being experiences this. So during the preparation phase, he would have thought, whoa, you know what? I don't think this is a good idea. And look, I can't read what he was feeling. I'm just saying that while you're preparing, I mean, it was spur of the moment or it was pre-planned. It can't be both.
Yeah. Well, let's use there's a possibility if you have a cooling off period, right? Which you mentioned, and that kind of, so let's say you prepared and then you back out and said, no, I can't do this. Right. And you leave it for a month. And then you come back and just do it out of the blue while all the preparation has been there. That's the only exception that I kind of see, but I still think it's far out there. But that would be the only exception. But you're right. It just, and how do you do it in between teaching and doing your work? You're going to be followed around at some point. You're going to get caught. I mean, people are going to notice these plastic tarps, whatever you're using or preparing for. And one thing I don't know, did Brian have a roommate?
No, as far as I remember, he stayed in that block of flats, but he stayed in his own room.
Okay. So there would be adjacent. Okay, I got it. I just was curious if he ever had a roommate. Because nothing. Okay,
but everyone just yeah. Look, we love Jeff. He's sweet. He's actually a nice guy. I like Jeff. But okay, Jeff, when you say this with the Elantra creeping up and down Valencia Drive, now when I was watching Nancy at some point, and here's where I have a problem with this. You cannot see who is behind that car. Now, Nancy was banging on her table as she always does, and she was saying, he was in that house. He was in that house. I know it. He was sniffing in the underwear drawer. And literally 20, 30 seconds later, she says, and you see his car coming around the corner. Right? So now, my question being, he's either in the house, Nancy, or he's in his car, because he's not Knight Rider. That car, I mean, where's he? Is he in the house sniffing their underwear, or is he in the car?
Where could he be? Hold on.
I mean, Nancy said that he was, her words. Wait, let me play it for you, Jeff. Let me play it for you. He was in that house. Let's do this. Big Amish is gonna get pretty annoyed with me and said, "Ooh,
Yeah, and
let's go here." This is Nancy. I just don't have the others. All right, here's one of hers as well. Let's play it. Because Nancy, I mean, he's in that house. And she even said that he was in that house before and during. So let's see what she says here. Let's go. Let's see Nancy. Okay, let's do that. Let's add it. Let's see if I can move this.
How many times do you think he went in there?
Okay,
Did he go through?
Let's go back here. Don't laugh at me, guys. This was me and Nancy. Okay. Is it on the screen? Okay, let's see. Sorry.
Yeah, there it is.
Was in that home before the murders. How many times do you think he went in there? Did he go through their underwear drawer?
What?
Figuring out the layout, picking up their items, looking at them. You know he smelled them. I don't know why. I'm just telling you he did.
You mean like these? Ugh, sorry. Let's take that off. Sorry. Well, that's Nancy. That's Nancy saying he was in that house.
Yeah.
So where did she get this idea that he was sniffing their underwear?
Oh my God. I don't know. That's why people should question her. Like, where did she get her information that she relies on to make these statements that demonize a suspect who has been charged?
Well, yeah, I mean that was her. That was her statement. Was, you know, he was in the house, he was in the underwear drawer, and then in the same breath she'll say that his car was circling the house. But back to the car, I mean, we don't see any evidence of Koberger behind the wheel of that car, right?
And we really don't look. What Elantra are we talking about? Because there was questions even about the years of the make of the Elantra, and there are similar vehicles other than an Elantra, very similar body styles that you couldn't tell. So what was actually captured on these videos that are blurry, as if we're looking at a Bigfoot video, it just raises a lot of questions, because that's not. There's so many cameras there. For this to be the best evidence they have, grainy footage raises issues for me as to the integrity or manipulation of the footage. So, Jeff, it's just raising questions. You can't just conclude. Like I said, in order to, if I'm going to trust the evidence, I got to trust the messenger of that evidence and who touched it and everyone else. That chain of custody is very critical. And as far as the video footage is concerned, I'm looking at it. It looks like a Bigfoot video. I'm sorry. I can't base that on putting someone to death on a grainy Bigfoot video. Is that what you're saying, Jeff?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I thought
And
you were more.
it's not that we pretend we can't see an Elantra. We know that it very well could be an Elantra.
Could be, yeah, but we don't know.
We're just saying that there's no footage of him, firstly, behind the wheel of that Elantra. That's the first thing. The second thing is there was no evidence found inside his Elantra. The make and model was changed to put together the probable cause affidavit.
Yes, there was no probable cause until the IGG, until the trash pull was done. From the
Yes, so
state
right.
side, there was a federal tip, and they used that to get the trash pull by the state of Idaho and organized it. So you have that, again, that mirroring. But it came from a federal tip. Didn't come from Moscow PD to figure this out, but a tip from the FBI.
Did they give them a tip on the vehicle, Big Amish?
Aha. So if you remember the stop with the father, yeah. If you're asking me, yes, they did. There's certainly a parallel proceeding and investigation, because once the trooper, and I think they were stopped twice on the way to Pennsylvania. So again, you need to establish independently probable cause, and you need those data points, interactions, to show that the different police, other than Idaho, now you have state police in Ohio, I think, or Indiana, I forgot which states, and also in Pennsylvania, wherever it is, you now have an independent source separate from the feds, which is critical. It's critical because Ann Taylor was trying to get at this, but she was stopped. She was stopped from getting this type of information. And, but to go back to your question, as far as these stops are, this is how the feds give a tip and allow state law enforcement and prosecution to establish the probable cause independently. You need to have these stops occur, because now they're on the radar screen, and he's giving explanations where he's going, where he came from. So they're building, so you could see the building. Oh, and what did it happen? What happened to be videotaped? They were talking about Brent Kopacka. Now, we could argue whether he was involved or not. That's almost a different story. But it raises the question, what was being discussed? And if you believe in surveillance, I'm sure the feds had access to the conversations that were going on, at least in my opinion, whether legally or illegally. But so they knew the conversations going on in that vehicle, and they were tipped off when to make that stop. Tipped off meaning the state law enforcement who stopped them during that time, and they captured specific statements of why, what happened. Oh, there was there was that unaliving that happened with Kopacka. And I forgot if they get into, and I guess they get into the 1122 unalivings as well at some point, don't they? They do say something like that. They do discuss that, don't they?
You mean Brian and his dad?
Yeah, when the police have them on camera, do they mention that as well? Or is it just the Kopacka incident?
I don't know. I could actually have a look here if I see the stops.
that would
But I
be
know
good
these
to
stops
revisit.
happened. These stops happened within 10 minutes of one another.
Yeah, and that's a classic sign of how the state has to develop their own probable cause. They have these, benign interactions, a traffic stop, a taillight being out, speeding ticket, whatever you want to call it. But, and then they're put on the radar. Because again, don't forget, they have to establish probable cause independently. Otherwise, there's a big problem with the case, as we discussed earlier. So if the Fed's fingerprint, or they're weighing the scale, and don't forget, Judge Hippler actually said that they were just in a support role, meaning the Feds. They were analysts in a support role. So they got a pass.
So I looked it up here. And they said during the December 15 traffic stops in Indiana, Indiana, sorry, Brian Koberger's father brought up a SWAT team thing. So he didn't specifically bring up Kopaka. And he said he brought up a SWAT team thing that had occurred just hours earlier near the Washington State University. And so that's all he did. And it said that the Indiana trooper was entirely unfamiliar with the events and didn't pursue the topic.
Yeah, no.
So they say here that his name was never mentioned. I think they were listening to the radio, as far as I know, and his father had obviously heard about this thing with the SWAT team, and that's why
they were having a discussion. Yeah, but it's just the timing of it. That's all, and how it
because
happened.
it happened right as Koberger was leaving town.
Yes. So there might be, and the fact that this incident is being discussed. We haven't gone into any Kopaka stuff. I've not really delved into that as much, but it's very odd that that situation was being brought up when the stop occurs, and then it's discussed briefly as it may sound, as innocuous as it may sound. In my opinion, that eyes and ears were listening in, and it's recorded. So you have a narrative established. Whether you use that narrative for a different type of potential charge or not is a whole different issue. But why does it come up? And he's smart enough not to, do you really talk to police and exchange? We're just listening to. It's just very odd that came up. And I would love to look back at it and see exactly what was said again. I haven't seen that in a long time, but it just raises questions. That's all. Could be totally off field, I'm saying. But it just raises some question in my mind why this stop happened.
They said it was for tailgating.
Well, yeah, we'll tell you. Yeah, any of these it's a red flag to me that this is being done for another purpose. And it was basically tipped by the feds. So they basically call ahead, and it's usually someone in a joint task force. So one question I might have is the officer who pulled him over for that traffic violation, did he get his information from a joint task force officer? Or is the law enforcement officer who stopped BK part of a joint task force? That I would like to know, because that's going to tell me a lot. So because the law enforcement officer who was pulling over BK and his father, right, had to get a tip, had to get some calling. So where did that originate from? That's what I'm questioning. Is that law enforcement officer a joint task force officer as well? Because we know that if that's the case, they can never tell you that they received information from a federal source. So that's not going to happen. That's
so there
why
was an FBI tail rumor that, if you remember in the beginning, there were stories that the FBI ordered these stops to get video of Brian's hands. Do you remember that?
No, repeat that again. Repeat that again. I'm sorry.
So right at the beginning, there were stories that the FBI had actually ordered these stops, and this was to get video of Koberger's hands. That's why the stops were ordered. And so when they questioned them about it, the FBI and Indiana State Police went ahead and they denied this. They said that the troopers had no idea who Koberger was at the time.
Okay. Well, that kind of makes perfect sense. Again,
of course.
Yeah. The federal hand has to be covered. You cannot, because they're under agreements as well. They'd get in trouble because any joint task force officer has a duty to protect that information. And so does the sheriff or the chief of police. There's all these agreements that are in play when you're dealing with joint task force operations. And it's a great way of concealing the federal hand at play. So they're by agreement and non-disclosure agreements, they cannot disclose information of how they get those tips. It has to be independently sourced. Now, if you get a tip, okay, but they won't go into how that tip was established, because they're not going to let you look behind the curtain. What did the feds know? When did they know it? Who are they really looking for? So was it the hands? That makes perfect sense, because now they're identifying it's BK. So if you have that identification of BK at that time, and they just wanted more information, but if they're identifying BK, meaning the feds, and the state of Idaho has not established probable cause yet, which we know is true because probable cause wasn't established until December 19th, the trash pull, that case is over, because the states would be acting as agents for the feds, and the feds haven't brought the charges. They're hiding behind a mask, and as a due process violation.
Do you want to have a look at that? No, absolutely. Do you want to have a look at that video?
Sure. Yeah, I apologize.
No. I want your commentary on this, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Let's share the screen here. Let's put it on. Okay. Just make it a little bit bigger here.
Look how dirty it is.
Over there, you're a little too close to back at semi. About one car continue in the back of this trailer. We're about one car going 10 miles an hour, so we're going 60 or 70 miles an hour. We're about 6 or 7 cars. Are you guys dead? Yeah. So. You got stopped by a trooper? We don't have any SUVs. It was a county guy. Was it like a black SUV? Okay, all right. You thought you guys were following too closely? Okay. Today? Well, I'm not going to give you guys another ticket or warning if you just got stopped. Just make sure you give yourself plenty of room, okay? So like I said, it's all about how fast you're going, okay? So if you're going 10 miles an hour, you only need one car.
Yeah, just a comment real quick. He mentioned a county, the SUV that pulled him over before. They were trying to say whether it was state officers or not. But he mentioned if it was an SUV, that was the county. Very similar to whether it's Lake or Ada County. But the reason it's important because that's who makes up these joint task force officers. Because you have county and you have the chief of that police department and the local ones you can have as well. But it just raises the question. And they said they were just pulled over before by an SUV. Right? So that's very... So you have back-to-back stops. So you have the fingerprinting again. It's putting the data points of BK into the state systems, non-federal systems, violating law. The reasons they were pulled over, and also the statements that they're talking about, very relevant in some ways. You know where they're coming from, because it helps establish, right, for Idaho. Oh, well, they were stopped in this state. Not a Fed again, not a federal agency stopping them, but they have these data points that assist the state of Idaho in establishing ultimately the probable cause. But according to what you've mentioned, if in fact the feds had their fingerprints and identified BK prior to the probable cause on December 19th, there's a big problem there. And Ann Taylor, you should have, this is the kind of stuff that Ann Taylor was trying to bring out. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I just find this. And you could see the car is very dirty.
That's also something. It's very dirty. I did notice that. Okay, just tell me if you want me to stop. It's a bit loud, the video. Sorry about that.
Missy Woods was yeah. Okay. It's really if you're in the B&B man, it says change reset. All right, you guys have a safe trip. Where y'all headed? Thank you so much. Where y'all headed to? Where at? Yeah, it's a long haul. You guys scared of airplanes? Did you? Okay. All right, well, hey, please have a safe trip. Thank you, sir.
They're driving and they get touched again.
That car looks like it hasn't been washed in months.
Doesn't seem like Brian's car.
Yeah. And I could comment because we're not, but this is what could be called a pretextual stop. It's a pretext to what we talked about before, is getting the data points on BK. So the law enforcement officer, this one doesn't necessarily have to be involved in what I was describing. It's just anything protecting the feds would be. So what joint task force officers are involved, we don't know. But I'll make the assumption, or at least at some point, either this law enforcement officer or however that tip came to stop BK came from a joint task force officer. I don't know the background to the stop yet. I know they're saying it's a speeding, right? But
Tailgating.
Well, I'm sorry, tailgating. Prior to that was the speeding. So the tailgating. I mean, come on. How often does that happen on a highway? I'm tailgating.
Twice.
Yeah.
Twice in 10 minutes.
Twice in 10 minutes. So there's a reason for that. They're putting and establishing those data points for BK. And that's what they're doing. And they're following them. And it's the feds following them. They're just using the state actors, the state law enforcement actors, not that they're real actors, but law enforcement to establish those data points, those touch points, and it bifurcates, it breaks the feds from being involved, and it allows the state law enforcement to take over. And they have to mirror, they have to create their probable cause, like I stated before. And that's what they're doing. Slowly, but ultimately, the probable cause is that trash pull. But yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. That's interesting. Yeah, I think that's it for this one. So would they, if it was like that, would they stop him and approach the
Yeah,
car like that?
that's typically what they do. Is they it's a pretext. It's a pretext because they have every reason to stop somebody for a traffic violation, right? But what it does is now he's registered in the system. The car's registered in the system at a state level. You see, that's the important thing. These data points are very critical in establishing probable cause. We're not looking at it that way, but that's exactly what the state is doing, because they have to establish some sort of data points with the defendant on their own. So you wouldn't have to look behind the curtain, which Judge Hippler protected, but that's exactly what they need to do is, oh, well, he was stopped twice. We got his ID, whatever the case may be. He's speeding. And so it establishes that type of, data points again to establish the state footprint, I'll call it, versus a federal footprint. So that would be certainly one. And if he handed, I remember one time, well, no, that was the local, he did give his license, if I remember correctly, to somebody, one of the police officers, I guess when he got ticketed back in Pullman.
Yes,
So,
he did, I think.
Yeah, it's establishing the state's footprint of Brian Kohberger within their own system, right? And because if you have the feds just pointing the finger, you see why it's problematic under a fairness issue. I call fairness really a due process issue, and him being identified as it's the federal sovereign that's pushing BK's arrest and not only arrest, but the probable cause. But they're not doing it, so they need that the state mirror. So the state has to independently determine and have the factual basis of probable cause. So you first have to show how he came on their radar, right? And it's a great way of saying, oh, well, we pulled him over, when there was a traffic violation in Pullman. We also stopped him here, we stopped him there. So that's why he's in our system. He's on our radar, and he has a white vehicle, a white Elantra. So you're establishing certain data points that are part of the probable cause necessary to arrest him. So you need those aspects of it. And then ultimately the trash pull. So yeah, that was
that was the question everybody had in the beginning. Why not just why didn't the feds just arrest him?
Well, that's a whole other issue. But if there, was there a federal operation? I believe that wholeheartedly, that Brian Kohberger was a federal asset of some sort, human source, right? And something went awry. Something really bad went awry during this. Now, and you wouldn't want it exposed because it basically implicates others. And by that, I mean Josh Hurwitz, for example, because he would have to green light an operation like that. And it would involve, and if it's on campus, we kind of talked about whether Kaylee's was involved as well. I would, there's some aspects of this that I believe that's the case. So it involves basically, here's the scenario that a U.S. attorney who's the top federal law officer in Idaho, if you're trying to break up or investigate a cartel operation that involves local gangs as well and local distributors, right? You're going to need a mix of people. You're going to need a mix of people who are compromised that you could actually name, i.e., a Molly McMichael, right? So she already does drugs. She has a checkered history. That's fine. But you can't show these other individuals that are involved tangentially. They're not involved exactly in the transaction. They could be in the surrounding, they could be in the building, they could be friends with somebody, but you're not going to know about those individuals because they weren't necessary to the transaction. It's almost like a redundancy redundancy of a witness. If you have a witness who will say, X, do you really need the other witness? So that's where they compartmentalize again. You need to conceal certain confidential human sources to protect sources and methods and operational security, which was probably breached. Did it involve law enforcement who were joint task force members who were involved in the actual crime and or cleanup? Was it part of the crime? I don't know. I can't tell you until we, but it has fingerprints of federal involvement. And whether there was law enforcement involved before, after, during, I don't know 100%, but it's telling me they were. Now, were they involved because they were involved in the crime, or were they trying to change the crime itself to look like a local crime as opposed to one involving a larger fish? So which would bring in the federal jurisdiction, right? If you have, for example, whether it's human trafficking part of this, was there a cartel element? Because if the rugs were coming from a cartel source, which I believe, right, that either Ethan was using, Maddie was using, you could source the substance, the chemicals, the what makes up the ingredients of those pills. Were they a prescription pill or were they from a pill presser? And if that pill presser, they could identify the source, where it comes from how that product was grown from the ground, whatever, however it was manufactured. You could tell the source from water, everything, from pill pressers. Where would that pill presser be? It had to be somewhere not far. So if that's the case, but if it involves the cartel and you have two football games occurring at the same time, you have the Vandals home football game and you have the Cougars, Washington State, I believe it's Washington State Cougars, University Cougars. They had a home game the same day. So you're talking of an increase probably of 100,000 people coming from Arizona, right? And the other one's coming from California. Both hotbeds for distribution networks from cartels. And if I'm not mistaken, actually there was don't want to go too much afoot, but cartel definitely has footprint in both of those states, direct footprint. And so would they be involved in coming up during those games? Was there someone involved in, did something happen? Did someone, I know the Kernodles, I remember reading about that, watching videos on that as well. That Mrs. Kernodle stated that she gave evidence, may have come back to haunt her against some people. So there's a lot to unpack there. Don't know, but it has to involve it has to involve a federal component. That's what I believe, and that's what makes sense. Because if the feds were involved in the crime itself, I'm not sure, but certainly if they want to mask or conceal that a federal operation went awry, went south, that's what it seems to me. So you could have had multiple venues of the crimes occurring, and they would conceal that as well, which maybe makes sense of, could they manipulate the bodies where there are actually terminated, where they were, taken out and being brought in there. Could the feds be involved in that? Yes. If operational security and to protect others who are involved, they could do that. Under national security, they could definitely do that. It's just scary to think that's what could happen. In one case,
Well,
people, yeah,
they admitted that the feds did a surveillance. So their team basically tracked Brian for 4 days as he went across the country.
yeah. So you could look at it. It's a double-edged sword. They're identifying, but also they could be protecting him. In my heart of hearts, I believe he is in Woodstock. He's being protected. There's a lot here. How could this be true and that be true? There's a lot we don't know, but there's certain red flags that just are brought out, and you bring up one as well. If he's being surveilled, and his family's being surveilled as well. So,
Quite possibly, yes.
right. So,
So this is where that whole subplots came from regarding the expert witness that was hired by Brian's legal team. So basically what the feds did is the defense called the genetic genealogy expert, that's Gabriella Vargas, to testify, in fact, that law enforcement mishandled the DNA process. And after her testimony, Latah County prosecutor, I think, that's Bill Thompson, right?
Yeah.
Well, he suspected that she signed a conflicting declaration and that she flagged the FBI, because we can play a bit of that video, but we know that the agents showed up at her house to question her.
Yes, 100%. And they questioned her before her testimony, because allegedly this was the allegation of why Thompson asked the feds to inquire, because it's a pretext again. Gabby was allegedly telling other colleagues that she may be recanting or changing her testimony, and the way I looked at it was she may not have read the declaration in full before she signed it.
Okay. So let's look at a little bit at her testimony. Let's see here. I hope I've got the right one.
And
so we know that they were involved. Okay, let's look a little bit at this. Sorry, before I put it on.
Because we'll see her testimony. Yep.
Yeah, let's have a little bit of a look at her. What am I doing now? Why is this video blank? I think I have to.
When you need it.
Let's try again. Doing something strange here. Let's try again. Getting. Okay, there we go. Sorry. I don't know, it was playing blank, so let's see a little bit of what she says here. So they went to her house before this hearing, am I correct?
Yes. And there's two ways to take it. One is intimidation, and both could be true, and or to tell her that her testimony could jeopardize the lives of other federal agents or assets currently in an operation. They could have told her that as well.
Okay, let's see what she says.
I want to know a little bit more about your educational background. After high school, did you have more formal education?
I did. I went on to the College of San Mateo.
I think in the beginning she's
You have to know what you're doing in order to be a part of the team, and so the presumption is made that you already have enough experience. I continued my own education and training by attending
talking about her education.
Yeah, that's the background.
Identifinders International. The opportunity to the technique of the mean other than how many cases? Minimum 25. I still have people every day who it depends. Some people just back to law enforcement. What is the process? And that was the extent of my involvement at the time.
Ms. Vargas, what I want to do is I want to briefly run through what do you do when law enforcement calls you and you do? What's your first step?
So it's a complex. It's very complex. Essentially, law enforcement will contact me and say they have a case that they are unable to solve, and they would like to, they like my services. I first evaluate what type of case is it, and are there any, what is the DNA that is involved? Do we have to extract the DNA? Have you already extracted the DNA? So there's a lot of preliminary questions. Once we establish that and they agree to take, have me take on the case, I have them set up to ship the sample, whether it be something that needs to be extracted to the lab that does that, or DNA that's already been extracted that needs to be sequenced. The law enforcement agency will then send that to a third-party forensic lab. At that point, when the lab receives the sample, I essentially take over the case until I provide the genetic lead back to, or the investigative lead back to the agency. In the meantime, I will stay in contact with usually the detective and provide updates on, did it pass quality check in the lab? It's being sequenced now. The data file has been complete. It's gone through bioinformatics. I've uploaded it, to GEDmatch. Do you want to upload to FTDNA, family tree DNA, because there's an additional charge for that? And so I keep them kind of abreast as to what's going on, but essentially the case is mine. It's in my control until I am done.
And do you, during those communications with law enforcement, do you take their direction, and if they say stop working, you stop working?
Absolutely. The case belongs to them. It is not my case. It is not my data. I am providing service for them. The only request that I have is they not have another company work the case at the same time, because it's just a lot of work that you go through. But I am at their direction. Yeah, I don't.
So it's not as easy as just getting a profile and sticking it in your computer and having it.
Oh, absolutely not. I've had cases that have taken me 14 months to solve.
Why, you mentioned you use GEDmatch or family tree DNA, but there's an extra fee involved in that. Can you explain that a little more?
So there's only there's many direct-to-consumer databases, Ancestry.
Big Amish, just tell me if you want to stop and say anything on this.
Well, yeah, she goes on to explain different things. One was, if I'm wrong, and Lucy, please confirm, I was under the understanding that the feds, and it makes sense if what you're saying as well, but I was under the understanding that the feds came to visit her after this hearing. But it may have been that her declaration was provided to the court maybe in advance. And so they went to see her before that, after that, but before this hearing that we're watching. That's probably, am I right? Let me know below. But yeah, no, I was going to just say the databases, the family tree DNA and the gen data, and how she's going to talk about how the feds how the feds basically can get around their law enforcement access by using a consumer-based reference database, which they're not allowed to do. Okay, they're only supposed to stick into their lane in the law enforcement database. And there's a reason for that, because consumers have opted not to have their information be provided to law enforcement. So there's a huge Fourth Amendment and invasion of privacy issue. But it'll go on to, I think this is the perfect timing to where she go in and describes those little loopholes and how the feds then use, or law enforcement uses, the consumer databases to get around what they would be restricted from. So they don't follow policy, they don't follow terms of agreement with the vendor that she's describing, which raises Fourth Amendment issues.
Okay, let's play a bit.
23andMe, MyHeritage, Family Tree DNA, all of which you can order from the company a DNA test, spit in the tube, and send it off back to the company. Ancestry and 23andMe allow you to download your data and upload free to these other sites as a normal consumer. Law enforcement cases, however, are only permitted to be uploaded into Family Tree DNA and to GEDmatch for a fee. GEDmatch, however, is not a direct-to-consumer testing site. It is only a database where people take their test results from the company in which they tested and upload this site to the site to get more matches, essentially, or higher, closer relatives, higher matches.
Does law enforcement have access to all of GEDmatch?
If properly uploaded, there is a fee that you must pay. You must upload through a separate database than the one in which consumers upload through. You must pay the fee, and you, depending on the case, may be limited on the matches that you are able to see.
Why is that?
The terms of service have changed several times since the Golden State Killer case came out, and which investigative genetic genealogy became very popular. It used to have everyone opted in, then GEDmatch opted everybody out, and you had to choose to opt into law enforcement match as a consumer. Then it decided to automatically opt Doe cases in. So to break that down, if you were to take a DNA test in Ancestry and want to upload to GEDmatch, when you input that file, it's going to ask you, do you consent to law enforcement matching? And if you hit no, and I am working violent crime non-Doe case, I should not be able to see that you are a match to my unknown DNA contributor.
You said should not.
Should not.
Does it happen anyway?
It does. It has.
And is that because there's a problem with GenMatch? It's just if you upload it and all of a sudden these things that shouldn't happen did?
There there are a lot of tools that are available in GenMatch. These tools allow you to make comparisons of two or more people and how they relate to each other and share DNA. One of these tools allows you to compare many matches, not only against your DNA profile that you're working, but also against all of their matches to see if their matches match each other. When you utilize this tool, there is a feature that you can edit the list of kits that are originally selected.
What does that mean? Edit the list of kits?
So when you upload your profile, it takes about 24, 48, 72 hours max to batch and tokenize in the system. It then produces a list of matches, okay? And these matches are biological relatives to the unknown DNA contributor. We don't know right away what relationship they are, but they are all biological relatives. Okay? One of the tools is called the matrix tool. And what the matrix does is it compares the match, the DNA profile against a specified number of the profile's matches. So for example, if I run the profile's kit number, they're all given a kit number. If I run the profile's kit number and I compare it to 100 of the profile's top matches, it will in turn compare the profile to all of the matches and all of the matches to everyone on that list of 100 people. Okay?
Okay, I see what you're saying. Let me make sure. So you have one person, you get a list of their matches, but this tool also gives you a list of those matches.
So it's a multi-step process. So initially, if I am putting my subject's DNA in the system, I don't know who it belongs to, I put their kit number in. You get a kit number after you upload the data, okay? I put the kit number in, I run a tool called one-to-many, and it's gonna show the top 500 matches that this subject has. I then would go to utilize the manipulation tool, the loophole. You would then go click the top match and run their matches.
Okay, stop right there.
So the top match of your subject's top match, you would run their matches.
Okay.
Okay. This is very relevant to the Fourth Amendment, right? Unreasonable search and seizures. You're seeing a second search. So, and I see in the chat, Jeff is asking about, did he break a rule, guideline, or law? Yes, all three. There were guidelines, the manipulation, what she's talking about is they didn't have a right to access it. Lucy's pointed it out as well. So law enforcement didn't have a right to do this loophole matches, the matching of the matches, which Ann Taylor said. It's showing you the match of the match, the matches of the match, how she called it. So it's that second search that runs afoul. And we kind of talked about this way back, but it's a second search, and there's no search warrant for it. Okay.
Correct.
There's none of that. They violated policy in doing that, or the terms of service in doing that. So they are violating the law in doing it. So one is they're violating the law in accessing it, which fruit of the poisonous tree at least comes into play. And then you have the second search, which they have no search warrant for. And that is the searches of the matches of the matches. So when she was talking about clicking on the top match, and then under the loophole, you're able to then give you a whole other set of matches. That's what that second search is. That's what runs afoul of the rules and laws. So just everyone is clear. That's my opinion. That's what's happening. And that's what she's testifying is law enforcement should not have had access to this. But because of a loophole, they were able to get it, and they conceal it. So if the Fed's doing this and using a contractor to get that information, because I'm not sure I forgot who would do it. I don't know if the FBI itself used their DNA analysts in Quantico to do it. I'm not sure. Sometimes they use outside vendors. However this was done, it's wrong regardless. So this is what Ann Taylor was trying to dig at. So Miss Vargas is going to be clearly a witness with a new affidavit probably coming into the PCR that's going to be filed as well. But
do you think she's going to come into that?
Yeah, I do. Whether it's her, they could use her, or they might have a new expert, but they're going to she'll be a witness. You could have a new expert as well who will testify, but she could certainly be a witness, which I believe, to the or what she's testifying to now, but also to support and which I believe is going to be Ann Taylor is also going to be testifying, because I do think there's an IAC claim coming, which I kind of discussed in a video I'm going to be putting out hopefully by evening or in the morning, with second part to my video previous. But there's going to be a massive war here, and she's going to be part of it. Cyray's going to be part of it. Dr. Turvey's going to be part of it, all to show a two-part argument. One is that there was an ineffective assistance of counsel because of the federal hand being concealed by the state actors. So that parallel construction that we were talking about, these pretextual stops, and it all comes down to this. And the 68 terabytes that was dropped on Ann Taylor right before trial, 2 months before trial, which is no way you could prepare it in time, let alone get your experts ready for trial. So either she's at fault, which I don't believe, but it's either she's at fault for allowing it to happen, right? Or that there wasn't or that the experts who have come out, Turvey, and coming out and blaming Ann also supports that, right? You're going to have one of two scenarios. Either Ann Taylor was ineffective because of what she did, or was she ineffective of what they're concealing? Either one gets you into the information that you need in a forensic audit. But she's certainly going to play a role as a witness and or an expert. My assumption is maybe there's going to be another expert used in the PCR motion, but she's certainly going to play a role as a witness as well because of what happened to her by the FBI, for example, the undue influence. See, now she could tell exactly what the FBI, may have done to her once that PCR is filed. So what kind of questions, what did they tell her? Did she feel threatened? I would imagine so, because she did, according to statements, that she did say that she gave the feds enough so that it allows wiggle room. And that is, she said, according to reports, that's what I'm going by, that she signed the affidavit without reading all of its contents.
Okay.
So it's kind of like, your reliability and potential hearsay statements. Now, that's why I think the PCR, she's got to be addressed in a different way. And also, she's a victim of the federal operation because Thompson released the feds on her. It's like you can't expose how the feds operate in violating the law or how they obtain BK's information, because the state had to establish probable cause before the feds identify BK. And that doesn't happen if Ms. Vargas was allowed to testify, because she would show the loophole and how the feds get that and gotten that information in the past. So it would open the door. And one thing, and I'm glad Lucy brought up a prior issue once, last time we were on, and that is how Thompson filed a notice that they're not going to cross-examine Ms. Vargas, and why that's relevant. Because if he did cross-examine her, it would most likely open the door to the federal issues that we're talking about, because that's exactly what she's testifying. She's just on direct. You can't go into so much, right? Because they're going to say, well, Ann Taylor used Ms. Vargas to show that there are loopholes that the feds are using. Once Mr. Thompson would have cross-examined her and most likely would have asked her, well, how do you know it's relevant in this case? Boom, the door's open. She might have, we don't know because we never heard of it, right? We didn't hear it. There was no hearing on the cross-examination, but it would open the door. And that could have been a disaster for the state of Idaho and the feds. So that's why I look forward to what's going on.
Yeah, it's very interesting. What did Lucy saying here? I just want to read this.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
Okay, so it's on the screen. I've put it on the screen.
Yeah.
It should show it.
Provided this going to be a one label author. Yeah, I didn't read Lucy. I didn't read her affidavit yet. So if that's what's in the affidavit, I'm assuming the author profile, they are not the same, and the defense does not have access to it. That's exactly what we're talking about. Yes, 100%. So that's why this case just unfolds and falls on itself once you're allowed to get discovery under the PCR. And the only way you get that is through an ineffective assistance of counsel claim and the parallel construction aspect. That's how it's combined. That's the only way you're going to get this discovery, in my opinion, and to get the forensic audit and everything else. Because newly discovered evidence really has nothing to do with the leaked videos of NBC. They already knew about those leaked videos. They may not know what the report finally says, but we don't know if the report has been concluded, the fact finding has been concluded. We don't know any of that. I mean, that could take on years. So what is it, BK supposed to stay wherever he is for years and years and hoping? And what if the outcome is there's nothing there and it gets hidden? You're stuck. Then it's actually blaming Ann Taylor even worse. If she would just pursue a newly discovered evidence theory and a PCR. If there's no IAC and no parallel construction, you're left with nothing. You'd be holding the bag for a habeas petition. And that's another lawsuit. That's basically malpractice again by Ann Taylor. And I don't think she's doing that. So I'm not even, it could be part of the ineffective assistance of counsel and the parallel construction, but it can't be a standalone. A standalone being newly discovered evidence. Of what? They knew the facts and there's case law on it. Ann Taylor knew the facts, the defense knew the facts that there were there were leaks going on. So you can't just simply rest on that and not argue ineffective assistance of counsel, because there were numerous things she could have done. She could have even stepped away from the case. There's a lot of things she could have done, but I believe if you believe the leaks theory is the sole basis of a PCR. And I don't think it's ever been done on a leaks theory involving this type of scenario. I don't think it's ever been done before, to be honest with you, let alone in Idaho. And won a PCR case or any similar type of post-conviction relief in any state. But certainly in Idaho, I believe I looked into this. It doesn't stand by itself. You have to have an anchor that has been established to vacate pleas and to number one to get discovery and to vacate. Okay, and that is ineffective assistance of counsel is a known claim to make, and the parallel construction, once you tie them in together, there's no doubt. And I'm using Lucy as my source here from the screen. If she's telling me
put this up as well. She says here, an email dated the 14th of December 2022 between redacted sender and the recipient shows match of 9-1 CM between GED match user with the alias SC. What is that alias, Lucy?
Is it the SC should be, is it the suspect or alias the crime?
If you can tell us a little bit more about the email. Okay, I'm going to play for a little bit.
Okay. Once you run their matches, there is a tool that allows you to edit that list of matches. So we're looking at the matches of the subject's top relative, not the subject's matches, right? When you edit the kit list, if you put the subject's kit number into this tool that you're going to now analyze these matches, it tricks the system and allows you to see matches that you wouldn't have seen when you ran your initial match list.
And those can include people that did not agree with law enforcement to see their DNA.
Those matches that are revealed are only matches that have been opted out.
And that is only the ones that are supposed to be.
They're only the ones. If you see that the subject matches one of these people, because again, you're not looking at your subject's matches, you're looking at that person's top cousin, let's say, that top cousin's matches, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you put your subject's kit number in there, you're going to see now his kit, her kit, compared against the matches of their top match. When you find, you then scroll down and you look, oh, here's the match for 100 centimorgans. You go back to your screen where you have your list of your subject matches and you say, I don't have a match with 100 centimorgans. that proves that that person has opted out of law enforcement action, but I'm still able to see them.
You see, you
That-
stop it for a
that's what
second.
What does
they-
that mean? Let me
Yeah.
just stop there.
To get past what was.
Sorry. Okay, you were saying that?
Well, I'm going to tie in what she's saying to what Lucy's saying as well and has raised. So Lucy said they asked his second cousin to provide them with a DNA sample so they could test it. So that's
Yeah, that's
yeah. The reason
that
why
is strange.
and who asked them? So it's a voluntary, right? And again, according to Hitler, they're in a support role. That's important because don't forget if once probable cause is established, so the second cousin is giving voluntary sample, so they're trying to get a independent, right, non-constitutional violation search. So we know from the use of what Miss Vargas is testifying to is a second search and violating terms of service, but it's a second search that there's no search warrant for. Do you agree? If you understand, I'm just following along. So if you agree with that, what they're trying to establish now is an independent source. So if they say, well, if you catch us doing this thing wrong here, well, we got the DNA from the cousin lawfully because he voluntarily gave it. I'm assuming it's voluntary. I don't know. But so they're trying to create the probable cause stream, right? The facts. It has to be like a chain of custody, if you think about it that way, of probable cause from, certain data points, who he is, bushy eye, whatever it is, bushy eyebrows, white Elantra, X, Y, Z, and then you get into the DNA. So you have a chain of custody of the facts supporting probable cause from the beginning to the end, and the end being the trash pull. So, and one of the questions for Lucy, when did they ask the cousin for the sample? That'll be very interesting to find out. And who did it? But again, you see how it parallels each other, that they're trying to create an independent source. So they might violate the law on one hand, but that gets hidden because you're getting the voluntary DNA from the cousin. And then you get the trash pill from the father. You see what happens? And I'm just trying to put this together as we're talking.
My question, if he was on their radar already in Washington,
Yes.
which we believe that he was,
Yes.
why not take him in there? Why wait for him to go all the way across the country?
They need to establish probable cause. So the feds have that information. They know who it is. But you have to independently allow. So, for example, they have to they being the state of Idaho has to reconstruct probable cause from ground zero. So you have Dylan, for example, giving bushy eyebrows, wearing black, about 6 foot tall, whatever it was, and then you have the stops. It's setting up data points of why they're looking into him. Right? He becomes a suspect or a suspicious person, and it keeps going from there. But independently, the state has to request. It has to go from state to fed, not fed to state. That's why the tip gets hidden, the tip to stop BK, or the and the like. That gets hidden because a tip is one thing, and it gets hidden even though it's just a tip because they know more. They're the ones putting the fingers on the scale of justice here. But the state has to independently reconstruct everything of what the feds know, because otherwise that door, if opened, shows that it's the feds that were really behind it. So it doesn't matter anymore that the state reconstructs it. It's if the state reconstructs the probable cause at a time after the feds already identify BK, there is a due process issue. And the case unfolds because it's the federal government that is the sovereign really charging and going after BK.
Okay, I'm going to put
Like, show,
Lucy's comment on the screen here as well.
let's see. Oh, wow. Okay. Yes. See the different databases, right? Through. Yes. I mean, it's much larger, and the use of CODIS and the like. Profiles FBI is 1 million. All right. So that is a profile more than doubles. So yeah. How does it more than double? Yeah. How does it double?
Yeah, what you
So
said,
they
the
amplify
profiles
it.
are not even the same. Yes.
Yeah. Well, and that's the problem. That's why the state of Idaho has to reconstruct it. They have to ask for assistance. Once they ask the assistance, see, the feds aren't going to use what they already have. They then just test it again, knowing what the outcome is, but they know how to manipulate to get the outcome, right? But they're now allowing the state of Idaho to reconstruct probable cause by doing all this and hiding how the feds arrived to that conclusion, which was way before the state of Idaho did. But an independent source of probable cause by the state of Idaho is basically what Judge Hippler said is why we're not going to look behind the curtain into the feds. So, which was wrong. I mean, yeah, Lucy's pointing out many aspects of this. How does it more than double in size? Yeah, the amplification. Who amplified it? How? I mean, I don't know. It was amplified at Otham's level. Okay. So, and keep in mind, Otham's agreements. Otham has agreements with the FBI and the DOJ, but with the FBI as well. So, and if we don't trust the evidence, right? So we saw Missy Woods. And we heard Ms. Vargas so far. If you don't trust the person who has access to that evidence, do you not think it could be manipulated? We'd be foolish not to think that. And you should have every right to cross-examine how everything was handled at this level and the interactions with federal authorities, even before, right? Even before the state of Idaho makes any requests. And those are the kind of things I think Ann was looking to get into and was stopped. So it makes perfect sense why. And it makes perfect sense why Josh Hurwitz jumped from Fed to the state as a special prosecutor for the state of Idaho.
Don't they, I heard somewhere that they initially use, or they usually use about 20 markers, right?
Yeah, I don't know the size of the markers, but certainly, yeah, that makes kind of sense. Yes. And
so how do they get it that this matches the DNA of the suspects, not even his direct cousins, but distant cousins?
Right. So they're using either like, was it 23andMe? There's different. So one argument is using sites that individuals, people who've used the service and have signed away that company, like a 23andMe, could use it for, in the details of it could be that either they give up their rights to the DNA, the samples of the DNA, or that it could be used by third parties. And the FBI could either subpoena that information, buy that information, right, as a third party and acquire it, or set up a company that acquires it, like an Othram, to pay them to get it. So there's all these different loopholes. I mean, I got to dig in, but this is what Ms. Vargas is also saying. But there's so many loopholes that come out. And that's what she was really exposing, and stopped Ann Taylor from digging into this. But certainly the amplification of a touch DNA, how does your skin cells double in size? How does it? I don't know. I mean, I am going to look into it, but I'm saying I don't know. Is there a proper way of doing it that is standard, that's acceptable, standard of, in the industry to do that? I don't know. It's like, can you I just don't know the answer to that. But it does raise questions, and it's suspect. It's a reliability issue of both the analyst and the DNA source. So it's two things that you should be able to cross-examine and find if there's any bias or assistance from the Fed. So all that should be open and fair game for defense to challenge. Let's see what else could, STR is used in CODIS. So how do they, that's right. So, so how did they get it? So they had access to CODIS. So let's see, Jeff, what is Jeff H saying here as well? Well, yeah, we don't, I'm saying we don't know. Ann Taylor wasn't allowed to query into this, to seek discovery into this information, unless it hasn't been released. But it raises the question, is this a second search? Anything, any amplification, any type of technology used after it was already used to examine the touch DNA. So no matter what happens, if you analyze the touch DNA first and you do all these testing on it, and then you have to do a secondary test, I don't care what it is, to me, that raises a question of it being a secondary search, and you would need a search warrant for it.
Mm-hmm.
And are there exceptions to search warrants? Of course there are. But we don't know. They're hiding the ball, and that's part of the problem. Did they violate rules, which according to Ms. Vargas, they did, using different loopholes, using different databases, terms of service, and the like? Something's gone awry, but at least you should be able to investigate as a defense attorney and get information regarding it, because your client's life is on the line. So you should have every right to get that information. How was that? By whom? When? Who touched it before? Who touched the sheath? Everyone involved, and the fingerprints of the feds prior to that. All that should, from basically this, prior to December 13th, 2022.
Okay, but here's a question.
Yeah.
So the family tree was only used to get the name Brian Koberger. So once he was arrested, they basically threw the SNP data out and they performed a standard DNA test.
Right, because they had the fathers.
Swab. Yeah, that was the swab they took from the inside of his cheek. Why did they throw that out?
Because it's probably speculating, of course. We don't know who it was. Well, I mean, we really don't know until, and maybe Lucy knows, I've not delved into that aspect. So the SNP aspect of the DNA and how it can be manipulated, but it's going to be the same issues. And don't forget, it's the trash pull that changes everything. It's the trash pull. That's
You're right, Lucy.
Yeah. So that's
so
where,
you're saying basically the sole purpose of this genealogy search was for the police to say, who should we investigate? And once the whole tree pointed to Brian, then this data wasn't needed anymore.
Yeah, it goes, yes. Yeah, they're concealing that.
Mm-hmm.
So the federal footprint has to be protected. Remember what we said, at all costs. So the people who are involved, in my opinion, are going to be joint task operators or have contracts with the feds in different types that they're concealing it. the chief of police certainly has an agreement with the feds because they sign off on the Joint Task Force operators. So they have to, and they identify who's going to be in them with their local law enforcement. So there's a sleight of hand here that hopefully is going to get exposed, because just as the public, it's being concealed and hidden, and it shouldn't be. I don't have a problem if the feds are involved in one hand. I just want to know how they're involved and how did it come about. I want transparency at all levels and for the defendant. But as a member of the public and a citizen of this country, I want to know what the hell's being used to identify people, when it was used, and by whom.
So my question, Jeff, if prosecutors had tried to use this family tree search as, let's say they try to use this as their main evidence in front of a jury, then the defense could have spent basically months talking about all these privacy rights and violations. So by ignoring this data and relying on the cheek swab, they basically stripped the defense of any ability to argue that this evidence was gathered illegally.
Yes.
Am I correct in saying that?
Yes, that's exactly right. That's the one aspect, and the development of probable cause. But yes, it's about legality. And legality doesn't have to, ultimately it's a due process issue, right? You could have a violation of a rule that's immaterial, correct? I mean, we could understand that. You could say, oh, well, I tainted one sample, but you have other samples. Okay, I tainted one, doesn't mean I tainted them all, or there was a mistake on one, or something immaterial. You wrote the wrong name, but you corrected it later. But you would have to show, again, the chain of custody on all of this. I use that as a term so people can understand the critical component of the chain of custody of evidence, whether it's DNA, physical, witnesses, all the statements, how, a part of evidence is changed. Once you have a change in evidence, whether it's facts, physical, or DNA, it triggers a reliability issue. It triggers the ability for a defense to challenge that and to cross-examine it and have discovery on that. Open door to figure out, because it's not a traffic ticket we're talking about. We're talking about someone's life. So why is it being hidden so much? And why did the judge allow it? To me, it's triggering national security implications, or operations and methods, or individuals who are in harm's way that are involved in a federal operation. It has to involve that, in my opinion. But getting back to the law that you just mentioned, 100%, you are absolutely right, Wendy. It's the legality of it. So, is it a use of term of service that's violated? And the reason it's material is because you have a second search. You need a search warrant. So it's not immaterial for that. Well, you could see, it's just a term of service. So that's all it was. The database was there. No, you have to follow the rules. And that's what due process is. You must follow the rules, unless independently you could have come to that same conclusion, right? And that's
doesn't seem like they could have, though.
Well, yeah. And that's why the feds use the state mirror to recreate it as much as they can. And you have a judge that's willing to assist in that argument. Now, it could very well be that, probably that Judge Hippler is aware of the national security implications, operational security, sources and method. That's what I believe. He was, but he's the judge who's just going to protect that element. He's willing to do anything he can to protect that element, being to conceal the federal involvement from the very beginning. And that's clear from the February 19th orders of 2025. So, and then you had the 68 terabyte dump, which is a whole separate issue. So that's where you see the dilemma. Just to bring up something, the 68 terabyte issue forces a problem for the
Talk a little bit
experts.
more about that. That was dumped on her how
In
long
May.
before this plea? May.
I think it was May. It was dumped on her. April and whatever. I apologize, but it's right around that time that it's dumped on her. Now you could imagine Turvey and the other experts and Cyray. Wait a second. How the hell? What vendors? How are we going to go through this and get ready? So the experts are going to be saying, Ann Taylor. I'm just saying from what we saw. To me, it's a plan. It was, once you have that terabyte dump, you have no choice than to seek ineffective assistance of counsel. And how do we know that for a fact? Because Ann Taylor told Judge Hibbler that the data dump, without an extension of time, right, push back the case, it puts in jeopardy, I forgot the phrase, but it puts in jeopardy her advocacy and effective counsel, being an effective counsel for trial. He said that to Judge Hibbler, and he still would not move that trial day after a 68 or 65 tera dump at that point. And so then you have the internal conflicts, right? I don't know if you knew that. And anyone tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm positive that that did happen. I remember that I looked into fairly recently. So you have that, and then you could understand why Turvey has these issues and why it has to come out publicly, because it assists in a PCR filing, because now you have experts saying this is the problem. So if you're going to file an IAC claim, guess what? That becomes evidence. Maybe Turvey's not going to be the expert per se for the PCR filing. There's going to be others, but he will certainly be a witness for the ineffective assistance of counsel claim. You see how they're basically reconstructing a case to expose the federal hand that we're all talking about. That's what the defense team is doing now. And Ann Taylor is going to play a pivotal role, but it's going to be in a different role. But the PCR is going to be, it's going to be intense. It's going to be very intense, and it's going to bring in players we previously.
So that's coming in the next few weeks, I believe.
Yeah, it'll be coming. After Cyray, Cyray's book, because you needed that element to it. You needed the witnesses. So you have Cyray, you have Turvey, you have Wickham in a different sense. He actually has expertise. I think he developed a DNA. He has some expertise, but anyway, let's just, we could say he's in it or not. It doesn't matter. But he has a knowledge of how the feds operate, and maybe in an operational sense that could be brought up. I don't know about Wickham so much. I'm just saying how it all came out during the same time and prior to the PCR deadline, because you needed all this time. Okay, you needed all this time to get a new defense team in place for the IAC. You needed it for the PCR filing, because everyone else in that defense team becomes witnesses. And that's going to be the key to this discovery, which is, by the way, my, not the book, but my video covers that. It's ready. I just need to do some final touches on it. But it's all about this war that's going to happen. And by the way, the written for this purpose. Yes, I believe so. It's nothing happens by coincidence. People don't need to write books to make, what he released it in unpublished form first. I mean, come on. He releases a book that he's not going to make money on. Yeah. Which, by the way, helps as well. He released it, right? He's not making money on it. And so So I believe Wickham is going to play a role. I just, I haven't delved into that so much. But to me, the fact that he, now is he making money from the book? Is it published in, I don't know. I can't tell you how much it is. But the fact that he released it publicly or was released by a leak of all things, right? It was leaked. I can't help
The timing is
yeah, the timing, you can't
amazing.
ask for better because they're witnesses. They're going to be
Hi, Lola.
witnesses. And no one's following this, that they're going to be witnesses. It's like, oh, nothing's going to happen. Well, either nothing's going to happen, or all these coincidences just seem to be accruing at the same time. So,
Wow. Do you want me to play a bit more of this, or I think, I don't know. Let's see. We can have a little bit of a look what she says here.
I struggle with this. I'm sorry. It is a tool that is provided in the database that essentially allows you to see things that you're not supposed to see. And as a result of seeing those things, you're then using that match to find to identify your subject. So you're violating the terms of service by seeing these matches. This is in Gen match. How about family tree DNA? That's the other law enforcement there's two things that I'm aware of in family tree DNA. One is not paying to upload. So there's very strict parameters when it comes to law enforcement kits. One of the parameters is if you as a consumer are a match to a law enforcement kit, you cannot see that kit as a regular consumer. So law enforcement kits can see everybody in the database that have opted in. Now, Family Tree also has an opt-in out feature that is not the same as GenMatch. You have to go into the settings and find it and toggle whether or not you choose to opt in or out. Many people are unaware of this. Another instance is uploading the data as if you were a consumer. You bypass the fees that you're supposed to pay to Family Tree DNA for a law enforcement kit, whereas a consumer it's free. And you also get full access to the database, including matches that have opted out. Does this happen? Yes. If I'm an attorney and I have a case where genetic genealogy is utilized by law enforcement, and I want to know if they follow the protocols and rules, do I need the genetic genealogy information that, like, you produce as a forensic genetic genealogist? Do I need that information so I don't know? If you wanted to know what the process was, whether or not there was work product, if you wanted to verify how did you come to your conclusion, absolutely. How about if I wanted to know what the rules were? You would need the data. You would need to see the data.
You can see she's pretty upset with this.
yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. And
I do have a question about another database. Is that one that law enforcement uses? Many in this industry have been known to upload to MyHeritage. Essentially, these databases, you're only bound by the terms of service. And there are workarounds in every one of the databases that somebody knows about and has told you about, or you yourself have tried. There's really no justification for it. You think you're doing the right thing, you want to help, and
There's a lot of information in genetic genealogy.
there is. It is a very tedious process. There is a lot of time, effort, and work that goes into it. In the end, what I provide to law enforcement is an investigative lead, and it is up to the agency to then take over their case and confirm that my lead is in fact correct.
How does law enforcement upload my opinion?
So the upload to these databases is you go to the website, you create a free account, you take the data file, you hit upload, and voila, you've got now a list of matches. It's the same as a regular consumer would do in both MyHeritage and Family Tree DNA. GEDmatch law enforcement uploads now through a separate portal called GEDmatch Pro, but there are instances of people doing work on behalf of law enforcement uploading to GEDmatch through the consumer portal as if it were a consumer kit.
You want to pause it for a second? Yeah, I should let it go more, but just one thing, what she initially said when you first ran it, and that is she says she generates a lead basically, right? And it's up to the agency to basically verify or do their due diligence. That's very important, because what if they're giving information, they're in communication with the DNA analyst. Let's be honest. You could influence that identification. Is that fair? I think that's fair. You could say that. Does it happen all the time? No, but you could influence a DNA analyst or IgG analyst, as we know from Miss Woods. But you can influence DNA. And we're talking about an identification of family members, for example. Does that not happen? I believe it does. And she's saying before the FBI should rely on it, that it needs to do, or the agency could be, they have to do their own due diligence to make sure that this is the person they're looking for, right? And a lot of times the FBI doesn't even do that, especially if they know who they want the finger pointed to. And then they just pass on, for example, whatever's found, they just pass on the tip. That's how it gets started. But the due diligence, what she just mentioned, is critical, because that's really what Ann Taylor was trying to get at. And any defense attorney should be able to get at it. If the arrest stems from a federal tip, you should be able to look behind that curtain and ask questions. So that's all. And then Wendy, did I lose you? Is my
Sorry,
oh.
sorry, it was me. I muted my microphone.
Oh,
sorry about that. I'm talking. Come on, you can't hear me. Sorry about that.
No, so what did you
It seems
think?
that's all they did was point them in Brian's direction. That's all it was, nothing more.
Well, that's because they identify. See, it's one thing from an analyst. Understand, we don't know the internal communications between an analyst and the FBI. We don't know that. But if you're going to make certain assumptions or inferences from Miss Woods' plea agreement to several charges and affecting thousands of cases, I think it's fair to say that some of them involved assisting the FBI in identifying their man or woman. As a matter of fact, let me see, I have it written down here. She pled guilty to the following 4 counts. This is Miss Woods, not to jump on some. Cybercrime, felony. Perjury in the 1st degree, class 4 felony. Attempt to influence a public servant, felony. And then forgery, felony. So influence a public servant, that's interesting. So maybe there could have been someone else. Yeah. That's an interesting, I don't know. I'll try and get the court documents and the charging document, but influencing a public servant, to me, that's triggering a protection of the FBI. It's, again, it's just my opinion. I don't know until I get that charging document, but potentially it could be an FBI agent who it would actually be the reverse. The FBI, telling her what I need to find, and then Miss Woods finds that in the DNA or excludes someone from the DNA. So influencing a public servant must mean they have a duty to do the due diligence that Miss Vargas is just talking about. I'm speculating, but I'm also trying to extrapolate what she says to basically how the operations work. So
that's true. That is, wow, these guys, they're wild. Jeff, we're going back to the car, which, I mean, you can see by this that Brian Kober could have been just one of many people that they pointed towards.
Yes.
Be the only one.
And then excluded. So do we have, the question is, all right, do we have a Miss Woods scenario in this case? And for a fact, I mean, I'm not, the PCR might reference what happened to Miss Woods pleading guilty and how a DNA analyst can affect a case and affect the rights of a defendant, some of whom had nothing to do with the crime. That is really the takeaway that could be used in the PCR case. Because once you're arguing a reasonable basis for discovery, right? Because you're going to need a forensic audit. We talked about that a little bit, but you need discovery. And part of that, and it's a civil discovery. So you're no longer at the behest or begging the prosecution under criminal rule 16, I believe, of getting Brady material and the like, or asking for additional related maybe information. It was all shut down under Hippler and Ms. Jennings and Mr. Thompson. So we know that shut down, and Josh Hurwitz when he came aboard. That all got shut down. But now you have Miss Vargas stating one thing. You have Miss Woods, who thousands of cases, but at least thousands are going to be reviewed because of what she did. So it begs the question, if that happened in Colorado, is there any indicia, or at least is it reasonable to allow, given all the facts of the federal fingerprints all over this case, is it reasonable to allow that, especially because it ties into ineffective assistance to counsel? That's why I believe you get that. You get it because of the 68 terabyte dump that created a conflict between experts and Ann Taylor and the defense team. So you have an inherent conflict that regardless of who's right or wrong, it's ineffective assistance to counsel. It's a win for Brian Koberger. You see, that's what's the real takeaway. And it allows you to get the discovery, what you need in exposing the federal hand in this case. So that was one aspect. hopefully I was somewhat clear. Hopefully I didn't go off topic.
No, 100%. I mean, I'm just reading this. So did law enforcement have a loose cannon that drove a white Elantra? But Jeff, how do we know that it happened during that timeline?
Yeah.
Where can you hear this? Okay, so Jeff brings up something else here. I'm sorry. You can hear what sounds like the killing of Sana at 4:17. But how do we know that? Because a lot of that footage is manipulated.
Right. Well, it's manipulated, but also the time. I could go down another rabbit hole, which I think I'm right on. You can't trust the time. You can't trust the time because look at the footage. Again, it's Bigfoot, where it's like we're finding a cryptid. BK is the new cryptid. We have him on film. You never see him anywhere. You see a car, that could be anybody's. There's thousands of Elantras in the area within 10 miles. There's thousands of them or similar vehicles. Oh, before I forget, just one thing to bring back Miss Woods and the relevancy. Guess who investigated Miss Woods? Because I think this issue.
No, tell me.
Yeah. So an intern basically saw that there was missing data points in her conclusions or in the DNA samples and how she was, bringing and providing that DNA verifications, identification. So it was an intern who broke the case and had an internal investigation. But here's the thing, and you got to ask yourself why. It was the state of South Dakota that did the investigation into Miss Woods. And you have to ask yourself, why was South Dakota? Because there was a conflict. There was a conflict. And they wanted to make sure it was an independent review. And that's why we found out about Miss Woods, because I don't think we would ever find out. And I guess if we push this further, you're going to see that there were people in the CBI, the Colorado Bureau of Investigations, that were thwarting this investigation. Just my opinion. But why in the world would it go to South Dakota? And more importantly, why didn't the FBI want to touch it? Because if the FBI was involved in the investigation, and they were, it's just, again, you want to talk about parallel construction? You have it even in investigations. You have it. I'm sold on it. I don't have any evidence other than the facts that are that we know, and that is it was South Dakota that did the investigation on Miss Woods and the CBI. And so that should tell you everything.
Wow. That's crazy.
It is. But I don't want to keep everyone longer, so if you want to finish up on that.
Wow. Okay. Does anybody have any questions? I think Big Amish has got a lot of insights into this.
There certainly is. It's just making me, unfortunately, I've been out of commission for many years and just using my brain. So,
well, we appreciate you because I do think a lot is going to come out, and I'm pretty sure you're right on it, and Lucy as well.
Yes. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Just, yep. There's a
Jeff,
lot.
you can see how these scientists manipulate information, and that there is clearly a parallel proceeding going on. No, I won't block you at all. You have your right to opinion, but I mean, the question I'm asking you, like you say here, okay, the Elantra creeps up and down till Molly leaves. How do you know that the car is creeping?
Yes. You don't know. You're right.
I mean, we don't know that because is it unusual for a car? I mean, I've seen cars creeping down my street several times.
Yes. It happens quite often. And then there's the ones that just speed down here if they're making a delivery. I mean, a lot of things happen.
Yeah, obviously I'm not there, but I think there's only one entry into that area. Just on a side note, there's only one entry into that area where the house was. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, that I don't know. I'm not the one.
I'd have to look at the map. But look, Jeff, I mean, we're not saying that there is no Elantra going into that area. But the big thing is a lot of this footage has clearly been manipulated. And it's not difficult to manipulate footage because, I mean, we're talking now in this video specifically about manipulating scientific evidence, but just off of that. And it's been proven that these analysts manipulate evidence. So do you know how easy it is to manipulate footage?
It's evidence. There's a manipulation of evidence from the history of law, even before kings and before law even existed in a courtroom. Manufacturing and manipulation of evidence has always been the case, from witnesses to the technology that we have today, whether it's video, SD cards, internet, whatever we see, it raises a question. An AI being used, we have the DNA analysts who have been convicted now, involving thousands of cases, not one, thousands of cases.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, that's pretty cool, Jeff. So I think I did see on your profile that you're a video editor. So here's a question. Have you ever looked at this footage and tried to strip down the pixels in any way? Because I have seen another channel that's pretty good, and he's proven that the footage is manipulated.
I think that's Wendy, we reviewed that video where we saw disappearing people.
Yeah. There were people disappearing, and look, I'm not going to say for sure, but just on that as well, where you see people disappearing and you see even take, for example, the barking, right? I'm not going to get into all of that now because I don't want to keep Big Amish too much, but the barking of the dog, that doesn't even sound natural. The 911 call, it's so obvious. Even if you take that call to anybody who doesn't even know about this case, and I actually did it here, and they said, well, this doesn't make sense because there's pieces of the audio missing. So I think that, I'm not saying it is, but I think that what I'm saying in general, it's very easy to manipulate audio and video, even images. I'm going to type it in the chats. Okay. Go look at this guy's channel. He's pretty pretty good.
Just to comment real quickly, you're not getting, Jeff, you're not getting the original footage. You're not getting the actual SD card to actually do an investigation into it. I know you have the expertise in it, but you would agree that in order to do a proper evaluation on whether any manipulation or it could be just editing, soft editing, you would need the original SD card that it was put on. Wouldn't you agree? So that's all.
You would. And, you say with Dylan, okay. And I know I go pretty hard on Dylan. I'm sorry. But it's not that look, maybe she was told to say something. Maybe she's scared. I don't want to, I really try not to shame her because we don't know what her position in this is. But, when you listen to that call and the phone is being passed around, but I'm not going to get too much into it. The thing is, remember that call was for an unconscious person.
Yes,
and
100%. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And Big Amish, I mean, that is not a natural way to call in for somebody who's unconscious.
No, not when bodies are inside. This is exactly a similar situation with JonBenet Ramsey. Missing child. Because why? And the same scenario. I'm sorry, I'm just coming. Yeah, the Ramseys invite friends over. Very similar to Dylan Morrison. Inviting friends over because you contaminate the crime scene, among other things, and the response is totally different.
You're right. So the minute a call is called in, like with him, it was a kidnapping. So because they didn't say it was a murder, this allows everybody to come over and contaminate the crime scene. Likewise, in this case, friends were over. So we don't know how much contamination was done on the crime scene.
Yeah. We know there was a cleanup.
We definitely know that there was a cleanup for sure. And I mean, did they panic and clean up? Look, I don't want to accuse anybody that they did anything. It's just my opinion.
Right.
But there is evidence. How are there no prints? How did those girls not freak out? I mean, if you're a young girl like that and you see your friend lying on the floor and you think they just passed out, then you'll probably think, oh, just cover them with a blanket or something. But if you walked in and you saw that scene, you would be freaking out because you'd know this person is dead. And so you would call it in as, I think my friend died. She's not breathing. You wouldn't say, one of our roommates passed out last night. Like, I'm freaking out. This person's dead.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, you're 6
They're
feet
not
away.
breathing.
How far away was her room from Dylan's?
Probably,
Xana's room.
I'm going to guess a few meters. I'm not sure exactly, so I don't want to commit myself, but
right.
Remember, she ran down to Bethany's room. Now, the bathroom was on the second floor, and something I don't seem to understand is that those two girls were in Bethany's room the whole night, and not once did they need to use the bathroom. Even when they woke up, as they told, I mean, they didn't go to sleep. We know that now because they were on their phones the whole night. But in that time, a young girl doesn't need to use the bathroom. So 20 to 25 feet, what is that in English?
Feet is it's basically a 3 to 1 ratio. So between what 7 to 8 meters, 6.5 to 8 meters.
Now you have to ask yourself, Jeff. Here's a question for you: if Koberger ran and attacked Xana, why did he spare Dylan?
That's a good question. And
because if I'm a person and I'm going to go in there, I'm going to commit a crime like this, I'm either going to do it to one person or I'm going to do it to all of them. And I'm not going to leave a witness behind.
Yeah, that's 101, especially for a criminology PhD student.
You're right. And I saw you did put the blueprints in. Thank you for that, Jeff. Look, the blueprints, I did see that, but it still doesn't answer my question. And again, I'm just asking a question. It doesn't matter if it's 1 meter or 6 meters. You're in a contained house and you've just committed the most horrific crime. Why are you leaving 2 potential witnesses? Or, well, let's not say Bethany because she was downstairs. Why would you leave a witness that can identify you? It seems you'd be out of your mind to do something like that.
Where you were eye to eye with the person. Not behind closed door, eye to eye. Or eyebrow to eyebrow. How about that?
Eyebrow, bushy eyebrow to bushy eyebrow. You see, you're right. If they had video of his car, they would have said, and that's what they've done. This is why people believe that he did it all by himself. Because the thing is, there was always that story of stalking. I mean, they didn't even need anything to promote the stalking claims. And here's the funny thing, that these girls actually did say that they were scared. They actually reported it as per Kaylee's family, that they heard somebody in the bushes, they were scared, they were frightened. And this is also something I never understood. If your child tells you that they're being stalked, then why would you not take it seriously? Not trying to shame them, I'm just asking a valid question. Because anybody who's got a child, you'll know if your child tells you, listen, we had to go out, the dog's acting weird, somebody's watching us. And there were stories like that, if we are to believe what Kaylee's parents are saying, that there was somebody following them for sure. Now, if we believe that, then we have to also ask, why did you allow your child to run around if you know that's somebody stalking her?
Yeah. And stalking is one thing. What about being surveilled?
That's another surveillance, yes. Because remember, they went to the guy at the vape shop, and they actually told him, I believe the 2 girls told him that they feared somebody was following them or stalking them. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. So
yeah, well, I remember watching that too. It was a short clip, but yeah, he said how they came in. Yep.
So they, this doesn't only come from the family, it comes from somebody else who's not even related to Kaylee. Yes, she came in, she feared that somebody was watching her. So was it surveillance? Was it stalking? I guess we don't know, but if you think your child's in danger, why wouldn't you remove them from that home? It seems a logical response for a parent to take precaution when your child is being watched, stalked, surveilled, whatever.
It's a big risk, you're right. Especially if you're, what I don't understand, and it's not clear, and anytime things aren't clear, there's a reason for it. But I do not, for the best of me, understand, maybe someone can, tell me, where was Kaylee living at the time or before? Was she living at Coeur d'Alene with her parents? I know she's leaving in a few weeks to go to Austin, but what was, this weekend was special for whatever reason. But was she living in Coeur d'Alene? Did she move out? Was she in the house? I know she had furniture in there, but you know.
I don't know. She was up in Coeur d'Alene, and then Dylan brought her back to the house.
But they never really go. I don't know that much about, and I don't think there's any type of discussions of her parents discussing, you know, how long she stayed in Coeur d'Alene, what was she doing there. I'm assuming.
I think she went to go and buy the vehicle, as far as I know.
But even that is dodgy, because I don't know what to believe. They say
She met some guy on Facebook, I believe, and she went to go and meet with this guy all by herself. Now, that is very puzzling, because as a father, your daughter tells you that she's going to go meet a guy about her vehicle. Again, if I'm incorrect, just tell me. But why would you let your daughter go and meet some random guy? And I don't know if it's just because of the way we live here, but we definitely don't.
No,
We wouldn't take a
fair.
risk like that. It's just, I'm sure you guys as well. It seems crazy to let your daughter go and meet some guy that she doesn't even know.
Alone, yes, I agree, 100%. But then there's even questions around the vehicle. Was it rented? And I remember there was an issue of the money. First, they said it was her money, then her grandmother's money. But but then I heard the car was rented that weekend.
I heard that as well.
So, I mean, factually, I don't know what's in, and maybe Lucy or anyone in the chat what is stated in the reports of her vehicle, because they could assign the vehicle to her in a report. Doesn't mean she owned it. It could have been rented, and they're not giving you the rest of that information. Why? Because it might also tip on that federal hand that we talk about. I know people like to say, oh man, that federal hand being involved. We don't know. We don't know exactly her role with anything, but there's no transparency. That is the biggest red flag of something else being afoot.
Big Amish, they're asking, are you the creator formerly known as Get a Clue?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't even know. Get a clue. I don't know. No, I'm not.
Not at all. And
Is
then
it my voice or
could be, it could be. It could be.
Or is it that I don't get it? Maybe that's it. I don't know what Lola's saying.
So here's also, Jeff, it's not that we have a love for Brian Koberger and his family. I'm going to be honest with you. I think a lot of us feel extremely sorry for his family as to what they must be going through. We also don't hate Dylan. We are questioning why she behaved the way she did. And not only Dylan, but Bethany as well. And there are no super chats on this channel.
No, you raise valid points. And again, as you say, there is no evidence pointing to Dylan Morrison or Bethany Funk of doing anything wrong. Just questioning.
Look, I mean, I have seen people in other people's videos commenting, oh gosh, I'm losing my ability to talk, sorry, where they say, they'll say something like, Dylan committed this crime all on her own, and I don't believe that. That's not even possible. It's not even possible, because it wouldn't explain what happened with law enforcement. Why would she pin it on Brian Koberger? I'm not saying that. I'm saying that, just my opinion, that girl knows something. Okay. She's lying about something, whether she's being coerced into lying, whether she's being threatened, saying that there are scapegoats. No, if there's a scapegoat in the story, it's Brian.
Yes, I think you're right on that. And yeah, again, there's no wrongdoing on Dylan Morrison, but it is interesting. She mentioned something that red flag, bing, 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 with bells and whistles. When she talked about a deep clean, that phrase specifically has a specific meaning to government authorities, a deep clean, and for criminologists and the like, I guess. But a deep clean, we're not talking about, I mean, you've had a maid service do a deep clean. Okay, that's one thing. But a deep clean also has a connotation in the criminology field of doing exactly what happened. And that is using chemicals or some sort of solutions to clean the crime scene.
You're right. She did say that.
Yeah, that stuck out to me. And she also said, very interestingly, that Brian had two things. One, she mentioned Brian had like was a vacuum cleaner, a small one, and and in the lower level closet there was a box in which a one of those cleaners that uses like a hot mist. I forgot what it's called. I got to look back at the picture. Do you remember that? There's a cleaning disinfecting tool that would clean,
Yes.
does a deep clean. Now,
Yes, I remember now that you mentioned it. I haven't thought about that for a while.
yeah, it just, and if you're going to clean up a crime scene, you're going to need one of those, if not more. And I'm not saying Dylan had anything to do with it. I'm just saying the deep cleaning aspect of it. Maybe that's what the person in black had. And maybe the crimes occurred much earlier. And when she saw, there's so much, but the
There
facts,
is.
there's just certain facts that just raise red flags to what they mean and what they don't mean. But
Yeah, and we just asking questions about it because, wow, I mean,
we don't love BK. He actually could have done it. There's always a
maybe.
possibility he's done it or was involved in it. Doesn't mean we're saying he could have been involved. Whether what role he played, could be totally different than what we discussed. So he could have played a role. We're not discounting that. We've discussed it. BK could have been part of this situation, but not necessarily part of a crime, but he could have been.
It could have been, but there's something else quickly before we shut off is even if, let's say he was somehow involved in this, it still doesn't justify shaming his family or, because this is what a lot of people have done, is they've shamed his family, his sister, blamed his mother, said that Nancy has said several times that he was making calls to mommy and he must have told mommy what he did. And I think that's pretty unnecessary because why are you dragging his family into it?
Why should they even be part of it? They were dragged in. They were dragged in, unfortunately, by violating their rights, which, by the way, I don't know why the family, the father, the mom, did not challenge the trash pull, whether it be in Pennsylvania or in Idaho. Why they didn't challenge that trash pull DNA as unconstitutional, violating their right to privacy. To this day, I don't know why.
Sometimes now that is a good question. They don't strike me as the type of people who want to make trouble, because when the sister came out recently and spoke about this, she got blasted by everybody. And I think they know if they speak, their words are going to be twisted.
There's no winning situation for them. There's none. But challenging it legally, a little different. They didn't have to necessarily be there. They could just make a legal argument based on the facts of the report. So, but then again, there could be other things in the background. We don't know how they were approached, what was said to them, and why they didn't. It could be a very similar situation to a Vargas situation. Miss Vargas being exposed to the feds firsthand late late at night. So I don't know, but there's a lot of influence going on in the background, one way or another.
That's true what Lucy says as well. I mean, either which way you look at it, Dylan saw things, she heard things. Everything goes on what she said, and remember, she changed her story several times.
Yeah.
It's interesting that you bring up Vampire Diaries because, well, there's a whole community of that in Idaho. Vampires.
Yes, that's what I understand.
So you, Jeff, I mean, if he's involved, then by all means. But you know, if you're gonna find somebody guilty and put them in front of a firing squad, you've got to have 100% evidence. No doubt in the story.
You're 100% right. And that's also a separate phase, the death penalty phase of the trial. But you're right. If you're seeking to do that, the ultimate constitutional deprivation by a government is taking someone's life.
Mm-hmm.
You better cover every and look under every pebble imaginable to make sure not only do you have the right person, they commit the crime to a T that matches your timeline to a T with no exception, and how the crime was committed, exactly how the crimes were committed. None of those facts have been proven in any, let alone 99%, 95% level, not even to a reasonable level that gives certainty that he was the perpetrator. So I don't see how you do that. But Jeff,
No, it doesn't. It just doesn't seem legit to put him in front of a firing squad when you actually don't know whether he did it or not.
well,
You can't prove it.
Yeah, you don't get a second. Yeah, you don't get an appeal after that.
Okay, guys. Well, I think. Oh, hi, Christy. How are you?
Yeah, that's great. Hi, Christy.
We're going to probably use some of your clips because I was saying to Big Amish, you have managed to save a lot of things that have been scrubbed. So Christy's saved a lot of clips because, you know, every time we look at these clips, they've been scrubbed. If that's okay with you, Christy, we'll tag you in it.
Yeah. God bless Christy. I got to look at it. Yeah, no, that's great. You have that. That helps out a lot, at least for me anyway, to look back at.
Yeah, go ahead over to Lucy and I'll tag you guys in it as well. And it does help to save all of those things because as you see, I mean, even videos from Ashley Banfield's channel has been scrubbed at this point. Thank you, Christy.
Oh, she might know actually. Christy, do you have any videos regarding that glove that was found by the trash cans? That would be helpful too. Just curious, just on that side issue since we were looking at it. And
oh, okay. She can ask people. She's connected.
all right. Yes. And I remember when we were watching Christy, there was that video footage when we talked about the car accident with Miss Fernandez. Wow, that was great. And how close that was to BK's apartment. And Wendy spoke about that. You know, someone who committed 4 heinous crimes, has tons of evidence all around him or packaged. He had so much time he could package it and securely without any evidence of it anywhere in his vehicle. go past a massive police presence and feel comfortable enough that he's not going to get spotted, either him being naked, according to some accounts, or wearing being all in black, let alone any
That video
red
is the
fluid on
best,
him.
though. I mean, that gives you a good description of how he would have had to line his car and go in there. And I would be nervous. Why wouldn't he drive off somewhere else? Why would you go into apartments where the police are still on the streets? It doesn't make sense. You'd have to be a complete maniac.
Well, that's yes. And that was the narrative all along, wasn't it? Until you got to see him and what he really looked like. And not to say you could actually tell from someone how he looks, but if he's a teacher's assistant, there would have been, and we still haven't heard, anything damning to the level of being a serial killer, basically. There's nothing
No.
that shows anything close to it.
Well,
If any-
the reasoning is that he had a fascination with Ted Bundy. I mean, geez, who hasn't?
Yeah, but you're going to read about Ted Bundy if you're a criminology student, especially a PhD student. What else are you going to be talking about? Right? It's like a doctor talking about, or a surgeon who does knee replacements, talking about knees and orthopedic issues. That's what you talk about. That is your profession, or
Yep.
going to be. So of course you're going to be talking and looking into it. Totally
Well, even
normal.
just in conversation, if you're interested in any kind of crime, that's what you talk about the whole time.
Yeah.
I think my family's tired of hearing about the Idaho 4 case. I can see their eyes just like drift off when I started on it. They think, not this again. That's because I think most of us that are fascinated with any kind of true crime story, that's pretty much what we talk about. We'll have certain subjects that we talk about, and it's not unusual. So one of the students could be at the university, they said he was awkward because he seemed to love talking about crime cases, and he wasn't good at having conversation about anything else, but that was his interest.
Of course. I mean, what do lawyers talk about? Law.
And
What do
often
doctors talk about? Medical issues.
Yeah, but and often people who are very intelligent like that, you'll see that they sometimes appear socially awkward. It doesn't mean that they're dumb. They just don't have time for talking about anything else than something that is fascinating them. So I don't find that odd or proof of his guilt.
No, I don't at all. That could be on the totem pole of factors that show him doing something, that's at the bottom, if at all. I don't even know if that even equates to anything, but it's something at the bottom, certainly. And
Okay, so before we end the video, though, what do you guys like talking about? What do you like talking about, Lucy, Jeff, Christy, anyone? Do you talk about all sorts of things, or do you kind of fixate on one subject?
yeah, we've been all over the place.
It's actually interesting to hear what people talk about sometimes. I like to, it doesn't matter what somebody talks about. It's pretty interesting because it doesn't matter what subject someone is on, you always learn things from people. So I felt that thing was a smear campaign against him because, so what if he's talking about cases?
That's what he's in school for. That's what he's looking to pursue, or crimes. Be involved in some criminal component of the criminal justice system.
the other thing was they always use his past against him. So that's also a little bit unfair. I mean, you know, everybody has a past, or everybody's made some mistakes in their life. So it doesn't make him necessarily guilty of a crime, you know, the substance abuse or anything like that. I mean, I know it doesn't always look good to people, but certainly don't want to shame somebody because they made a mistake.
Yeah, just ask Lucy.
100 years ago.
Just ask Lucy. No, I'm joking, Lucy. You know that. She knows I love her.
Stephenies. Oh, don't even. Lucy, did you donate to the wedding registry? I saw they did that. So I'm surprised they haven't banned me from their page. I think it's the only page I haven't been banned from.
That's but this was an excellent show. I'm glad we covered a lot. And
it was.
Fortunately and
unfortunately, came on and we
yeah.
said, oh, we're gonna make our live an hour and a half. Yeah, we are.
Yeah, we started going into these other things, and you can't help it. You can't help it sometimes. But and I'm glad in a way we did, because you see the kind of overlap that we discussed that started off with Miss Woods to Miss Vargas, DNA to physical evidence, sheath to a holster in the Charlie Kirk case.
Wow, it is. So, yes, on that, we've been talking about the Charlie Kirk case. We talk about the Ramsey case. There's a whole lot of cases that seem to follow the same thing. So, yes, Lucy, it's like an hour and a half. Yeah. I still said, I don't want to do long live chats like Scully does, but here we are.
Yes. We'll narrow it down. We'll start narrowing it down.
So what we're gonna try is to come on a Friday. If you made it here, yay, congratulations. You need to go and relax. It's Friday. And we'll try to come on, depending on Big Amish's schedule, on a Friday or however it goes. So either normally be on a Thursday or Friday, but you know, it could be random in the week as well. Just depends on, I think Big Amish is gonna take a 3-day break from me now.
Oh, no. No, I love Wendy. No, not at all. I find this, it does start to consume you. You know, it does, because the more and more you look into it, there's more and more aspects of it, you know, that either follow your theory or don't follow your theory of what happened. So, you know, it's something that is just in us right now that we're trying our best to figure out.
I promise you, this case is living pretty much rent-free in my head. I will go from one subject and I'm trying to be nice and talk to people about other things. And then the Idaho 4 case slips in there somewhere. And I'm like, yeah, that reminds me of the Idaho 4 case. Like, oh, don't, because, you know, your friends and your family are not really too interested in the case. So, there she goes again.
Yeah, no, the preliminary hearing of Charlie Kirk, which I will watch from beginning to end, is fascinating, but it also raises a question. Think about the difference if Ann Taylor had that ability, right? There was a grand jury impaneled. We're not even talking about the federal grand jury, but the state grand jury in the Idaho 4 case, obviously, that indicted BK. But just from a public's view, what you're able to see and witness, and how defense counsel is able to get discovery and challenge some of the witnesses and evidence by putting on their own case, limited to what's supposed to be probable cause. But, and not to jump to different things, but so probable cause, right, reasonable suspicion, however you want to frame it, right, is different than Ann Taylor raised the question of when BK was indicted, that the way the statute, I guess, was on the books, there was a legal flaw to how probable cause was the standard, the evidentiary standard for BK, because a couple of years before, the standard wasn't probable cause, right, for the indictment.
Okay.
It was reasonable doubt. That's huge.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, that is.
And in my opinion, if you're going to have reasonable doubt, that means fact finding. And if you think how Charlie Kirk's preliminary hearing was going, imagine if it wasn't just on probable cause, it was based on reasonable doubt. How intensive the cross-examination and witnesses and the like would have been. So just something that Nan Taylor challenged.
That is quite a thought.
That's all. And I guess unfortunately I forgot, Lucy might know, the outcome of that was, right, they turned down, I don't know if it was appealed, I forgot what it was. I don't know if that part of it was appealed or she sought interlocutory appeal for that. I forget. So I apologize. But I'm just saying how Ann Taylor had raised that question and the impact of having a reasonable doubt standard during an indictment could be, it changes the whole structure of a case. And it provides more mechanisms of protection for a defendant. So constitutional protection.
Jeez.
Oh, she did on the motion to dismiss. Okay, she did file. Okay, I gotta look into it.
Okay. Wow. Well, thank you, everyone.
Yes, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Wendy, for being the hostess with the mostest.
Thank you, Big
very
Amish.
much.
We appreciate all your knowledge and everything that you bring to this case.
Well, it's my pleasure. Hopefully I added something to the discussion. A lot of people know a lot more than me. I appreciate allowing my thoughts to be heard and your time.
We're very, very lucky to have you and all of you watching as well. We're very, very grateful to have you invested in this case. Yeah, we'll maybe do a bit of Charlie Kirk next week. So I hope you all have a wonderful weekend.
Yes. Bye now.
Bye.